Okay, guys, I hope you can hear me. So just to do a little recap from part 5 from last time, we did we had a great time looking over the 911 call, some of the body cam footage from law enforcement, the first police interview. We looked over that. It was highly relevant and still is for where we're at here in the trial. We also heard from Chris Wilson, Mark Tinsley. We heard from Tony Satterfield, but the vast majority we spent listening to testimony from Blanca Simpson. And there was bombshell after bombshell, including the fact that the old house that they used to own back in Hampton had been burned down due to some sort of gas fire that was started with diesel. All of the loops that need to be closed in this case, right? It's insane. And then we also heard from the cell phone expert dude who educated all of us on wedges and how a wedge is used in regards to cell phone towers and why 5G towers are so silly looking. And then we ended the day with a cliffhanger regarding GM, aka General Motors, and what is going to happen with that. So that's where we left off. Now we are going to jump right into part 6, which is day 16 of the trial. Thanks so much for being here, and let's go.
Otherwise, is there anything else before the jury comes?
You're on one other matter, and
Y'all,
just to let you know,
brace
some
yourselves.
developments over the weekend.
Oh dear.
Back in March of 2022, there had been search warrants prior to that issued
Brace yourselves.
to GM in particular for OnStar data. And in March of 2022, GM sent a letter to law enforcement to SLED, in which they advised, aside from some basic sort of ownership information and that sort of thing, that they had no data.
And
late Friday after court,
shut the fuck
Friday
up.
evening, I got a call from John Conrad, who,
Y'all,
of course, as your honor is aware, has been handling a lot of that digital evidence, who had received a communication from GM stating that probably
insanity,
because the trial was going on and maybe in response somebody was watching the testimony of Housekeeping, that they had gone back and looked again, and this time they found a lot of data that includes GPS.
only in this trial. Only in this trial.
That the defendant had on June 7th, 2021. That information came in Saturday evening, and I had a chance, of course, to look at it Sunday morning. I immediately called Mr. Griffin, and we talked. And we
Look at Poot's face. Look at Poot's face.
That information's come in. Of course, when we became aware of it, the GM actually sent a letter with it saying, yeah, we told you back in March we didn't have anything, and we just found it, and here you go. And so we've actually had that.
Yes, it's admissible.
And provided it to the defense. Obviously, we'll let the defense speak for themselves, but we've done everything to facilitate their review of it. If anything, I think it confirms a lot about the timeline that we're both working within. So I don't know that they have any objection about that. We're just trying to absorb it on the fly.
We all knew OnStar had GPS data. All of us. The whole fucking chat went, OnStar has GPS data.
And of course, let the defense speak for
I'm going to try to turn this up.
Your Honor, again, it is a massive amount of data, which we forwarded to our experts.
In trial.
yesterday, last night.
That's what happens.
They're beginning to look through it. Some of it is very helpful to us. We don't see it in any way contradicting the state's previous timeline. But the data can show you car speed, can show you GPS exactly where they were. It can show.
Did he slow down and throw the phone?
Just many,
Did it show if he slowed down and throw the phone? Because we want to know that.
And again, we can. This is not about who didn't do what when GM concedes they didn't give it.
That's not on the prosecution because GM is not part of the prosecution
They're going to
team.
bring somebody from GM to authenticate it, as I understand it, and then give it to their expert who they were going to use for a timeline anyway, and have him or her digest it.
There's a timeline expert.
We will not be able to cross-examine their expert until our experts have a chance to digest it on a granular level.
Okay, great. I love when Creighton stands up early.
Sort of heads up. We got to.
This is why they're fighting for a break.
We suspect it's going to take them 2 or 3 days to do that. And so I know we're talking about having this the rest of the case by Wednesday, and we're going to try to get ready by Wednesday. But I can't guarantee. I mean, again, we just got it yesterday.
It happens in trial, Dick.
The only hang up that once they authenticate it, before we cross-examine
They
their
need
expert,
to talk to their expert.
we need an opportunity to have our experts advise us
That's fair.
what, if anything, we need to ask them. I mean, that's just, how it works.
It's early for what, if anything,
Just to be
Dick.
clear about this particular data, there's 2 sets of data. The most important data to what we're doing, and again, it's confirmed by the timeline. It's just actually confirmatory of the timeline that we've been presenting to this jury. But we have specific location data points that are
Basically, he's like, yeah, so basically all the things that we're going to show with this GM data that came in is just confirming everything that we've been saying. I mean, it's just so funny because the defense comes out and first says like, yeah, so like we found stuff in here that's good for us. And Creighton's like, no, you didn't. No.
being logged every 30 seconds or so or something like that, as well as vehicle speed. That's the crucial data that's in this from the relevant time period. There's another file that has some various sensor data that's logged, but in our initial review, I don't think there's going to be anything in that information that's going to be helpful to either side. And actually was talking with the defense counsel earlier, and they were able to load already, because I was going to suggest they do this, load that location data into Google Earth. And
not mistaken.
So I think it's something that's going to be able to be digested fairly quickly. And at least in our review, it does not appear to
That's
be
not how the defense
information in there
works.
that's different than the timelines that we were already working from.
That's important.
It's just much more specific and confirmatory of what had already been established.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Waters, his opinion.
Have
on
you
what's
guys,
important
have
to
I ever noticed
Exactly.
like how whenever someone says that, they actually mean with all disrespect? And that's so funny. There's a number of disclaimers that are kind of like that, where if you say it, it's actually the opposite thing. So he's like, with all due respect, it's like, yeah, disrespect. Or same as when someone's like, I agree, but it's like, yeah, you don't agree.
Agreed. Dick, agreed.
We find things
It's
in
irrelevant.
that other data he talks about that's not relevant or not of interest to them, that is of interest to us. An expert's you can't load it into Google Earth. You have to do some things with it to get it in a position. I mean, Mr. Barber, who's our computer whiz kid, was able to
They just
do
called that
the
man a
Google
kid.
stuff
He's like
yesterday,
50.
and indicates that other materials, the car function, are the doors locked, are they unlocked, is it in gear, is it not in gear, and the information about other functions of the vehicle. It's just amazing what they capture. I mean,
I don't
it's
you love
amazing
that?
they didn't turn it
It's just amazing what they capture. It's like he's trying to distract himself from how problematic this data is for them by complimenting technology. That's a new tactic. I will also say that it's really interesting. So just to recap very, very, very briefly, from not last episode, but the episode before, we heard from Dwight Falkowski, who's the poor soul who spent over a fucking year trying to crack this freaking GM, General Motors car technology stuff, and from the FBI, and he spent over a year on it. And I'm repeating this because I think it's really important. This was the first and only time he'd ever come across an encrypted infotainment center. I mean, keep that in your minds as we go along. It was the only time it was encrypted. He's never encountered this before. He spent over a year. And then what does he get? Basically, not much out of it, right? Not a whole lot of information. And then you've got some dude who's like, oh, yeah, here you go. Here's all the info. And I'm not saying that dude's shady at all. Like, he was just watching the trial and he's like, you're right, I can be helpful or whatever. But there's all this information. I'm saying this because it's going to be relevant in the next episode, right? So just keep this in your minds. So there's all this information from the car. And anyway, it's just ironic how now who's like, first of all, he's like, yeah, there's so much information that's good for us. And then he's like, it's just amazing what they can get out of it, just like complimenting the technology. You know, it probably is amazing to him because, you know, he's poot, but also I think it's more significant than that in a way.
Over a year ago.
They know everything about how you're operating your
Janie,
no
shit. All
vehicle.
good. I'll keep things on my mind for you.
Where you are, all those sorts of things. We're getting that, and our experts are downloading it. We think there's some relevance to those other databases, but I can't represent to you here today that it is or it isn't, but we have seen a couple of things. We think they're going to be very helpful to our case.
Great.
So all I'd say, all I'm attempting to do, and let me make this clear.
You haven't yet.
We're not implying in any way the state did anything untoward.
Because they didn't.
That's perfectly clear.
But now, thanks for putting the suggestion
all the
out
money
there.
we gave them to bail them out, couldn't get this done.
Dick, you're
that may
not
be
in the
another matter
Senate.
altogether. And somebody
my
must have been
God.
watching the trial because between the time
You're not in the Senate, Dick. This is a courtroom.
2 days, as I understand it. So somebody hit a button and
Oh my
generated
God.
that data in less than 40 hours or 48 hours. So it wasn't hard to access. Again, not
Cross-examine them on
nothing
that.
to do with this delay. I just wanted to raise with the court before they call their timeline.
He doesn't know how to do
We may
anything but
need
grandstand.
some period of time to get our experts to get it.
He's a
digested,
state
and then
senator.
Get back with us.
At its core, it's an unexpected witness coming into the trial.
That
I know
happens.
There have been some cross-examination on that issue in general. So the state has now disclosed an
The
additional
state did what they were
witness,
supposed to.
and certainly in fairness to the defense, you should have an opportunity to adequately prepare
Yes.
to confront that witness if need be. And I'm sure that witness is down the line, not the next witness the state is calling.
I'm just pausing it real quick to refresh everyone's memory. So here's what we've got. We've got our counters here. SLED, boat case / boat wreck, boat crash case, Snapchat, side of the road / roadside incident. And just as it scrolls, I'm going to just mention that we've actually added a couple since last time or during last time. So this way y'all can keep track as well and help me know if I miss any. Forge / fake forge, PMPED, aka pimped. Creighton, purchase on the jury box. USC, which is University of South Carolina / Gamecocks. Go Gamecocks. Beg the court's indulgence. Sirens. So that's when there's emergency sirens in the background. We hear that, I think, every day, pretty much, sometimes more than once a day. Dick, these are some new ones here. Dick throws a tantrum. Dick flies too close to the sun. That's a Judge Newmanism right there. Quote, it's a chicken, end quote. Expert witness uses a yardstick. I think there's one more that I added. Yes. Creighton crawls around on the floor. So that might be my actual favorite. We don't have any of it yet. That might be my actual favorite of all the categories. I would say that might be first, followed by expert witness uses a yardstick, followed by Creighton perching on the jury box. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to point those out. And as I've said before, they're cumulative for the entire trial as far as the coverage that we're doing.
Since the state indicated that you expected to be through on Wednesday, and that did not include this witness. So you must have other witnesses and you should be ready to proceed with, and we'll deal with the other issue as it might come up.
And Your Honor, we'll keep you posted. We're gonna.
Thanks, Dick.
We're in court from 9:30 to get back till 6 or 6:30
You've got
to
experts.
be able to talk to experts. So we're going to have to talk to them tonight. But
Creighton
again, we're
preemptively
somewhat
stands up again.
constrained as to how much discussions we can have and at what time.
Court ends early on
And,
Thursday.
Your Honor, again, we're
We
having
got
to
Monday
digest
off.
it as well, but it's going to be incorporated in our timeline witness who, yes, is not expected to be called.
There's a timeline witness
Tomorrow or
coming.
Wednesday.
That's this morning's takeaway.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. This morning has been a lot. There
Your Honor,
will
the state
be.
calls Dr. Ellen Riemer.
All right.
My name is Dr. Ellen Riemer.
Pausing it just very, very, very briefly. So if anyone doesn't remember her, I'm just going to put a little warning. This is some graphic. We won't see anything graphic. We will not see anything graphic apart from graphic in terms of a shit show, them demonstrating and acting things out. But we will not see any graphic images, but we will hear graphic testimony from Dr. Riemer. She's a forensic pathologist. It's not really anything that we haven't heard before. Well, if you've been watching the trial, right? And you know, it's really only in a matter of trying to explain things. But I just wanted to put the disclaimer out there. And yes, Nightbot is our little friend. He's always bringing the tiny hands, and not only that, but the big heart.
Riemer.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead
She
and
seems so
get
pleasant.
right to it. And if you would, just tell the jury a little bit about your education that led up to you becoming a physician, please.
Also, has anyone noticed that Nightbot is present in the past 2 thumbnails for the live streams? Just saying.
Well, I graduated from medical school in 1997 with a Doctor of Medicine degree. Following that, I did a residency in pathology at New York Presbyterian Hospital. I published close to, I don't remember the exact number, but approximately 30 publications
Ma'am, that's a
in the
lot.
fields of pathology and forensic pathology.
Ma'am.
And this is also something that's valued at an academic institution. So you're
Ma'am.
not just practicing,
She's like,
but
I don't
also
know the number. It's
contributing
30
to the body
whatever.
of knowledge in your field.
Ma'am.
Over the years,
Can
of
we
this,
be less humble?
Experience. Have
Can you just be
had
like-
called to conduct a number of autopsies?
Yes, so the principal
got all the things.
responsibility of my work is to perform autopsies on deceased individuals in order to determine the cause and manner of death. And over the course of my career, don't keep exact track, but I estimate that I've done approximately 5,500 autopsies.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
Correct.
All right, and we'll talk more about
She's
it.
like,
Tennis girl. So that was kind of my memory as well. I wouldn't say that my memory wasn't that it was faulty, but that my memory was that like who got the better for on cross. However, in going through it, I would have to say that it was clear to me that Poot, you'll see when we get to the cross, Poot fights the hardest with her than any witness I think we've seen so far. He's extremely rude. He really tries to agitate her and tries to get her to change her testimony essentially. But what I will say is he doesn't get a centimeter of wiggle room from her or any y'all will see. It'll be interesting to see what you think watching it again. Yeah, I thought the same thing though, and I was surprised going back and assessing, what to leave in and stuff, and watching all of it. That, yeah, memories, again, like memory can be faulty. That's just the nature of it. He did try to make it confusing, which is his job. However, she does not waver, and she constantly corrects him. And Jane, just to address your comment, that was somebody else. All I can think about is from when I read that is Dr. Hughes from the Be Heard trial. Yeah, no, this lady, Dr. Riemer, is extremely impressive. And I'm not quite sure who that was. You might be thinking, well, okay, it goes without saying that this comment would apply to the coroner, but that's a witness for the defense. And I don't want to spoil that for anyone who hasn't seen it. We will get there. That There's also the witness for the prosecution who's actually just some law enforcement officer they recall back at the end of their case. It's one of their last witnesses who just checked the phone. I mean, both that person and the coroner are comical, so I don't know if that's what you're thinking of. But yes, and Poot really tries to the thing is when you see Poot really try to fight with a witness, that is an indication to us and to the jury that this witness is really good for the state. And that's when he really tries. And so that's the case with this witness. This witness, well, I'll comment more about it when we get there, but I was extremely impressed listening to it again. So yeah.
We're over 5,000 folks.
Over that course of time doing 5,500 autopsies, have you been qualified as an expert and testified in courts of record?
Hundreds, I'm sure.
Yes. So again, I'm not keeping track of every single one, but a conservative estimate would be approximately once a month for more than 20 years, which would put me in the mid 200, so about 250.
Of course it
but
is.
that's probably a little bit more than that.
She's like,
Last times you've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
all.
And is that just in South Carolina or there have been other places?
Yeah, the majority have been in South Carolina, but
She's
also
published.
North Carolina.
She's a
Yeah,
professor.
North
She's board
Carolina.
certified. She's done like
For 6
5,000
years prior
autopsies.
to moving to South Carolina. And I've also been admitted as an expert witness in forensic pathology in federal court a couple of times where I autopsied individuals who died on tribal lands. Both of the autopsies
The
on
bullet
both,
trajectories will be
Paul
interesting.
and Maggie were performed by me on June 10th, 2021. There's basically pellets
Buckshot.
that are enclosed in a wadding, and the wadding, after it's fired from the shotgun, kind of opens up and allows all these pellets to be released from the wadding. And so the features of his injuries told me in no uncertain terms that he was shot with a shotgun.
And this is something that I mentioned in one of the first or second of the episodes of the series. As I've said before, I know literally nothing about guns, except for what I've learned from this trial. And to be quite honest, maybe I learned just a little bit from the Rust trial, but most of it was this trial. And I will also say that I was really pleased when we heard at the end of the Rust trial, we heard 300 blackout. We also heard about hunting wild boar. Some wonderful nods to this trial that, is legendary now. But anyway, but I did mention how that people had testified in this trial that shotgun wounds are very characteristic in their destruction and the damage they cause. And it's because of these pellets that she just mentioned that it's pretty apparent to the naked eye, even if you're not quite a trained expert, like you can tell if you're familiar, I guess, maybe with what bullets can do, which I'm not, thank God. But anyway, I'm just reiterating that it only just makes it even more probable, right, that Alex would have shown up and still thought that Paul was alive. There's some people who might get shot, and then we hear this all the time with not shotguns, with other types of ammunition, where they get shot and they don't even know it. We hear that all the time. Or they get shot and it's not even readily apparent. That happened, not with a shotgun. So I think that's a key point.
All right. And if I could ask you with the court's permission, if you could step down, I'm going to hold up this board, and if you could bring a marker with you, I've got a red Sharpie right here if that helps you.
Had 2 shotgun wounds.
Was there any stippling associated with this particular wound?
Yes. Okay. So
It's like
there
show and
was
tell time,
stippling,
kind of.
and I'll draw that over here. Okay. So when a projectile comes out of the barrel of a weapon, be it a shotgun, a handgun, an assault rifle, what propels that projectile, we call, projectile out of the barrel of the gun? Okay, it's gunpowder.
We're not going to see photos. No.
Basically ignited.
Those will be
through
sealed.
the action
We will not
of,
see photos.
The shooter with
No.
the gun.
Stippling matters. A lot.
A projectile can potentially travel a very long distance, like, many feet or, yards or a long, depending on the projectile, until it hits something. Or if it doesn't hit anything, it can eventually lose power and go to the ground. But the gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the weapon can travel not too far. It only travels about up to 3 feet, depending on the weapon. So in this case, we actually have some particles of like abrasions from particles of gunpowder. And this is called gunpowder stippling. Okay, so we have stippling, which indicates that this wound was fired at a fairly close range. We can't
Within
say
3 feet.
exactly, but probably no more than 3 feet, because that's our standard. Could be anywhere from 2 to 3 feet. Interestingly enough, there were some markings on the edge of this kind of cookie cutter type of defect from the wadding going in that shows that some of the petals of the wadding are beginning to open. So this is very classic for a shotgun entrance wound, and at the autopsy shows that it went after going through the underneath the left side of the chest. It went through the left arm.
All right. This particular injury, was it immediately fatal?
No, amazingly enough, this really, if that was all he sustained, he would have needed medical attention and some stitches and irrigation of the wound to clean it out, make sure it doesn't get infected. But it actually did not pierce the chest or cause any internal bleeding.
So it just went to the side of his ribs.
However, cause a bruise or contusion of the left lung, and that's because there's a lot of energy associated with this, but didn't actually go through the ribs. But
that explains why he was still walking.
But he would have been expected to continue to be standing.
Congrats, Abby. And I also hope you and your wife had a wonderful anniversary the other day. I think it was a 1-year anniversary, if I'm not mistaken.
After this, it would not have sent him to the ground.
And you saw he took
There's a dowel
footsteps.
stick over by your witness stand, and I'm going to make sure the jury's
Yes,
down here.
excellent. Yardstick time. Let's update our ticker.
And then we'll look at some of the pictures here.
Was the white shirt collected the night of? Yes, it was. When was it washed? No idea. Or if it was just a fresh shirt that he grabbed at some point, but he never said he changed. So, and we know that he did change at some time.
Dr. Riemer, if you get the dowel stick
Just
and
put them
come
down.
around here to the screen, I'm going to put this
Most
first
excellent.
image up on the Elmo, and then if you
Hello.
about these injuries and
Court TV has really done a good job operating the cameras in every trial we've seen that has sensitive information. They
So,
really, really have.
We can see, it's not great focus here, but this is the entrance shotgun wound on the left side of the chest. It's like there's little, almost squares or pegs. Book to say that this is
So
consistent.
the
with,
shotgun blast was so close that the wadding
shotgun
didn't open
entrance
all the
wound.
way.
Okay, and we can see the dots around here. Those are from pieces of gunpowder that have basically
That's the stippling.
impacted the skin because it's within a distance of 3 feet or so. Here we have this is an exit wound where this pink wadding is basically stuck right there. And you can see these are the petals on the edge, and that's what gave that unique appearance to the entrance wound. Now, this is basically a cylinder that encloses lots of pellets. And then the pellets here, we start to actually have some of the pellets coming through the surrounding skin and then along the left side of the lateral side of the chest, kind of below the armpit area. Interestingly enough, A lot of times pellets just go through the skin, but here we have some abrasions around the skin, and it actually corresponds to abrasions. We normally don't have abrasions with an exit wound such as we have here, but the fact that we have abrasions indicates that his arm was down at the time of this injury.
So let me ask you about
That's
that.
important.
In your expert
That's
opinion,
important.
having done 5,500 autopsies, is there any way that Paul's hands were up when he suffered that shotgun wound
He
to the
wasn't-
chest that you've been talking about?
No, the autopsy answers that question, that his arm was down by his side at
He
the time
wasn't
he
defensive.
sustained this injury.
Because he
Again,
didn't think he was going to be
Highlight the
shot.
specific features that you observed that caused you to come to that expert
Okay.
opinion.
So let's just say hypothetically, if his arm was up, you see all of these abrasions
He didn't
around this
see a
exit
threat
defect
coming.
and the abrasions around these pellet entrances. We wouldn't see that because those are caused by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you're all going to get this. It's kind of going to push the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to stretch a lot. And if it hits up against the other portion of the skin, we have kind of abrasions, which are kind of scrapes on the skin around where it exited as well as where it entered. So these are sometimes called it's a shored exit wound. So the skin actually struck another area, and in fact, it corresponds exactly. It's like a reflection. We can see this is reflected. This one is reflected over here. So
Look at Alex's face, first of all. Second of all, how impressive is it that this witness, even though she's like doing autopsies in her sleep, basically, and testifying as an expert witness all the time, that she has all of this memorized? Like, she's going to be, I mean, what we're going to see is abridged, but she's on the stand, quote unquote. I say on the stand. She's really most of the time not on the stand, but presenting to the jury off of the stand. Her testimony is hours and hours and hours, and she doesn't use any notes. And that says to me this, not that she just memorized the injuries or whatever. I mean, she did, but it says to me more so that she has such a thorough understanding of how gunshot wounds work and how, in this particular case, how they must have happened, to where she can use logic also to explain how, what she's saying occurred. And we'll see that even more later when she starts to talk about the order of events, as it were. And I agree, Tennis Girl, who 100% would have pissed the jury off. He's incredibly rude to her, as we'll see. Sorry, I did not mean to click that. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
So when a projectile comes out of the
We need to go a little
barrel,
bit further. I
of a
clicked the wrong
weapon.
thing. I'm
okay,
sorry.
so we have stippling, which is
We're a little bit
the
further.
entrance
We're right here.
shotgun wound
Excellent.
on the left side of the chest. It's like there's little, almost squares or pegs sticking out of the edge. And that tells us that the wadding is starting to open, because it opens up, it kind of opens up, there's petals. And this is a classic. I could put it in a book to say that this is
So
consistent
the
with
shotgun blast was so close that the wadding
shotgun
didn't open
entrance
all the
wound.
way.
Okay, and we can see the dots around here. Those are from pieces of gunpowder that have basically
That's the stippling.
impacted the skin because it's within a distance of 3 feet or so. Here we have this is an exit wound where this pink wadding is basically stuck right there. And you can see these are the petals on the edge, and that's what gave that unique appearance to the entrance wound. Now, this is basically a cylinder that encloses lots of pellets. And then the pellets here, we start to actually have some of the pellets coming through the surrounding skin and then along the left side of the lateral side of the chest, kind of below the armpit area. Interestingly enough, a lot of times pellets just go through the skin, but here we have some abrasions around the skin, and it actually corresponds to abrasions. We normally don't have abrasions with an exit wound, such as we have here, but the fact that we have abrasions indicates that his arm was down at the time of this injury.
So let me ask you about
That's
that.
important.
In your expert
That's
opinion,
important.
having done 5,500 autopsies, is there any way that Paul's hands were up when he suffered that shotgun wound
He
to the
wasn't-
chest that you've been talking about?
No, the autopsy answers that question, that his arm was down by his side at
He
the time
wasn't
he
defensive.
sustained this injury.
Because he
Again,
didn't think he was going to be
Highlight the
shot.
specific features that you observed that caused you to come to that expert
Okay.
opinion.
So if, let's just say hypothetically, if his arm was up, you see all of these
He
abrasions
didn't
around this
see a
exit
threat
defect
coming.
and the abrasions around these pellet entrances. We wouldn't see that because those are caused by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you're all going to get this. It's kind of going to push the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to stretch a lot. And if it hits up against the other portion of the skin, we have kind of abrasions, which are kind of scrapes on the skin around where it exited as well as where it entered. So these are sometimes called it's a shored exit wound. So the skin actually struck another area, and in fact, it corresponds exactly. It's like a reflection. We can see this is reflected. This one is reflected over here. So if we can only get that kind of a mark if his arm is down.
And if you could explain to and draw on this diagram that second injury, and then
Okay.
we'll look at the pictures.
So there was a large shotgun wound defect to the top of his left shoulder. And there were a lot of pellets recovered in the left shoulder area. And from there, it kind of just went across the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the neck and face. Okay, and from there, his face actually was not destroyed from this, but there's a big exit wound on the top of the right side of the head.
It went
So
this way,
this wound
across,
went from
across
his
from
left
shoulder out.
toward his right and
This way.
upward, and with a slight front to back deviation.
So
Now,
slight
what
front
does
to back.
that tell us? We don't really know. It's kind of going toward, it's sparing his face. It's going behind the face. Now, one thing that makes sense to me, how could that happen? If he was just standing, not everybody gets shot like standing like these diagrams, right? But if he was shot and his face was forward, it would have taken off a lot of his face.
He might have been.
However, if he is turned toward the shooter, then it's going to go into the face here and go out towards the right back of the head. So to me, it makes sense that his head is turned to the left. Not necessarily completely, but partially turned to the
He
left.
shot on the left
And,
side. He might
what
have turned to
happened here
see.
was an extremely
He might have turned to see
severe,
and then shot
immediately
again.
fatal injury, because what it did was that after it went through the left side of the neck and face, our brain is basically held up through the skull. So we have bone at the top of the skull, but then we also have a bone that kind of holds up the brain. It went through the base of the skull, okay, which is kind of like in this area, the brain that's up there. And this wound, actually, his brain was ejected out of the top of the right side of his head and actually arrived at the autopsy in a separate bucket. So the force of this wound actually pushed the brain out of his head, there was only just a small piece of brain remaining, and that's the brain stem that was attached to the spinal cord.
All right, and real
Hoot is
quickly,
standing to see
going
what
back
this
to
witness
the
is
first
doing.
wound to the chest, if Paul was standing when he suffered that, could he have remained standing after suffering that
No.
wound?
Yes.
All right. The second wound, the one that starts in the shoulder and goes in here and then
That's
out the
what I
top
thought
of
he was
his
talking
head,
about when I
what
said
would have been
no.
the effect of that wound?
Immediate.
That would have been immediately
Instantaneous.
fatal, and he would not have been standing. He would have just fallen to the ground.
All right, and would he have been capable at all of bracing his fall or anything
Super planner girl, I think he's just getting warmed up.
like that with a catastrophic injury like that?
No, that's instantaneous death.
Which also explains.
Did you notice any abrasions on his face or anything like that?
Yes, he did have, and it's depicted in one of the photographs. He does have a kind of a scrape on his face, and he's hitting the ground with some movement. There's frequently kind of a linear pattern, and all of this really makes sense. Once you see these things, you can understand that if somebody's going to fall with the force of their body, and they're going to hit their face on the ground, and we get some abrasions that correspond to that.
All right. And let me do this real quick. If you could grab that dowel stick for me, and I want to make sure the jurors down
So
here
what she testified to is that the first shot came in the left chest,
Okay.
That's the
the
shoulder right
second
there,
shot
and then
hit
Yeah, I
the
should
left
have made a
shoulder,
red mark here.
up into the head, out the right side, slightly back. Not as if somebody was facing forward, but if somebody had turned.
Of that exit.
What that says to me is that the first shot came in, he wasn't bracing, and he turned to look when the second shot came in at the shot and where it's coming
maybe
from.
use me as an example.
That
and
says-
show me
that's what that
kind of
says
What
to
you're,
me.
what you're talking about. You
Okay.
position me however you want to.
Yeah, okay. In order to
But the
understand how that's the case,
turn to
So,
see where that first shot came from
if
because it was unexpected.
a shot
He wasn't
bracing,
bracing.
entering the top of the left shoulder, and let's say his head is turned like that, it's going to go right through the face, right? But if his head is turned like that, it's going to spare the face and be able to.
Y'all, I have to rewind it for just a brief second because Creighton says, position me however you want to. Thus begins. We're getting into my favorite category here on the ticker. We're not there yet. We're getting there. But there's also so many that's what she said jokes that are potential here. And I do agree, Jeannie, with this comment, 100%. 100%. That is exactly, I think that's very accurate as well. I'm just going to rewind just a second because I love that comment. I love it when Creighton says that shit.
And he turned to look when the second shot came in at the shot and where it's coming
maybe
from.
Use me as an example.
That
and
says-
show me
that's what that
kind of
says to
what you're talking about. You
Okay.
position me however you want to.
Yeah, okay. In order to
But the
understand how that's the case,
turn to
So,
see where that first shot came from
if
because it was unexpected.
a shot
He wasn't
bracing,
bracing.
entering the top of the left shoulder, and let's say his head is turned like that, it's going to go right through the face, right? But if his head is turned like that, it's going to spare the face and be able to go behind the face. So if somebody's just standing looking straight ahead,
Y'all, look at Creighton. Look at Creighton. He's not moving at all. He's playing dead. I think he had a past life as a thespian, if you will, a stage actor. I mean, that would explain just so much in this trial. But watch his head. He's just like, she positions it and he just stays there. And he's like, I think his eyes are closed. I'm dying.
most likely would have done a lot of damage to his face. But the fact that the face is remained intact tells me that his
Until
head
she moves
is,
him.
I don't
He
know
looked
how-
at the
I don't know
person-
if his head was
he
looked at the person who
facing
shot him at the
directly
direction of the
from
first
where,
shot. Yep.
The shotgun.
You guys
was,
are cracking
Looked at
me
the
up
first,
as well.
got shot, and
100%.
then looked because he didn't expect to get
Yes.
shot because he didn't perceive a
Oh
threat.
my God!
because it wasn't-
Did y'all see? Hold on. I know I'm talking. Emily's talking. Lots of talking. He asks her a question without moving his head. Hold on. Let's watch that again. Oh my God! I'm dying.
ahead, this most likely would have done a lot of damage to his face. But the fact that the face is remained intact tells me that his head
He looked he looked at the person.
His head was
He looked at the person who
facing in
shot him at the direction of the
from
first
where,
shot. Yep.
The shotgun was.
Looked at the first, got shot, and
the
then
injury
looked.
shoulder would have been where
Because he
if
didn't expect to get
was-
shot.
That's
Because he didn't perceive a threat.
kind of on
Because
the
it wasn't
top
someone
shoulder.
random.
This also did not
He just asked that question without moving his head. I can't.
injure his chest cavity. It kind of went through a lot of the skin and muscle and fat of the left shoulder. And there were there were a lot of pellets that were recovered from the left shoulder area.
Which leads me to believe, by the way, that he was probably shot first.
Yeah, if you could work on
We
this
also
side so that
heard-
the jurors down on that end can see.
We also heard that there were a few footsteps. And so with the few footsteps, with the first shot not being fatal, we heard that there were a
And
few
I'm going to show
footsteps.
you,
So I'm not surprised by that. That he
first
said
what's been
looking in the
marked
direction of where
as
he was
States
shot.
483.
It's very sad.
And
Very, very sad.
can you tell me what's on this particular image, particularly as to some of the things you were just describing as to the
Because
break
if
and things like
you
that?
think the defendant did it,
Look at the court reporter. So this court reporter, let me back it up just a smidge and I'll show you what I'm talking about. This guy, well, you can't see my pointer. Okay, look at the top left square and the far right side of that square, and there's a fellow who's in some sort of a fancy ass vest with a red lanyard around his neck. This court reporter guy, he has a special role in this trial. I don't know if y'all remember when they were doing the tarp raincoat shenanigans, and Murdaugh's for the state was doing direct examination and handling everything on gloves, but he had a staging area set up on this court reporter's desky thing. And so all these boxes and all the unboxing and all the shit, and it's so fucking funny. Emily makes a joke about it because his desk is just covered in shit. And he just has to kind of sit there, and this shit ends up stacking up so high that it makes a tower, and like you can't even see the court reporter anymore from the front of his desk. But anyway, here you'll see he has to maneuver, but he doesn't look disgruntled about it. He just, he's just pitching in, but he has to move like the props, if you will, the poster board or whatever it is. He moves it out of the way here in a sec. It's just funny.
the right side of his face.
They should
And
give him
you
a
can
raise.
see they kind of have, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a linearity. So if he just fell completely flat, we
I
might
agree,
just
Jamie.
get,
Yes.
100%.
100%.
But if there's some movement, we get, it's
100%.
kind of, he's hitting the ground and then moving it a little bit as his face hits. So we get this kind of vertical direction.
They're
And this
talking
is a
about the
very
gravel.
typical type of injury to
Because
the
his face hit the
that somebody
gravel.
might suffer from a terminal collapse.
Okay, so watch
So
for
after
the
they
court
sustain a
reporter
fatal
here.
injury, what are they going to do? They're going to fall to the ground. Now, depending on the surface of, if it's concrete or, grass, we might get some. But this is very typical of, I don't know what kind of surface it was, but a terminal collapse.
Okay.
gravel. It was cement.
Watch
concrete,
it.
and
Watch him
gravel.
here in a sec.
And this is, again, they are not
Right.
being,
Would,
I think, overly
With this image, and this would be states 484.
graphic
Please
and
explain
trying
to the
not to
jury
be.
using
They're
this image
really
some of
just
the
trying
concepts
to
that you've been describing to
explain.
them.
So
What
this
the
is
jury
the
is
top
seeing.
of his left shoulder. And this is the
Those are the photos.
continuation of the ammunition through the left side of the lower face. And from there, it proceeded behind the face through the base of the skull and exited the right side of the top of the head. Forensic pathology is really logical. So when we look at these
Forensic
things, we have to
pathology
think,
is
well,
really
how could
logical.
this
I
have
agree.
happened? And, after the, it's not always immediately obvious, but, with some thought, we can come to these conclusions with confidence.
Let me ask you this very quickly. Do you see any evidence of any defensive wounds on Paul?
No, I did not.
Can you describe quickly what a defensive wound is and then explain why you see none in this particular instance for this?
Yes, so a defensive wound is, sometimes somebody might sustain injuries that suggest that they
You know what?
have their
Nothing wrong with
hands
that.
or arms up while trying to
Nothing wrong
defend
with that.
themselves from the from what is about to happen.
Absolutely nothing.
And I don't see anything on his
Yeah.
hands that would indicate, he had his hands up to his face in anticipation of the
Shot.
the injury that was about to happen. So,
And in your expert opinion, as you described it to the jury before, his arm was down for that first shot.
yes, so that first shot, his arm was down, and I don't see any evidence of injury
And
to his
somebody was
hands
within
from the
feet.
second.
Within feet of him.
So
3
That
feet of him.
I'll just say also, I think all this dialogue about this conversation about Creighton is funny, but there's also a lot more. There's like a lot of depth to that as well. Like, I mean, I agree with everything that y'all are saying, and I've thought a lot about this recently, especially because we hear a whole lot about like attorney strategy. Like, for example, in the Rooster trial, I love law too, obviously, and we hear a lot about like, for example, Law and Lumber, Rob was talking, and he had Runkle on, and they were talking about strategies, and they were talking about a strategy that many attorneys might use, that's training a witness, and they compare it to as you would a dog, that you train them as you would a dog to do your bidding, and you break them down in a certain way, in a certain order, and there's all these tactics to it, and you train them to just answer your question the way you want them to answer it. And eventually, if you do that, and here's the key thing, this is where the manipulation comes in. Eventually, if you do that, they will agree to facts that have not been proven by the court. In other words, if you say, did you do blah, 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 and you don't even have any evidence of that, they'll just agree. And that's strategy. I, from an intellectual level, understand that, appreciate that, I get it. However, Creighton to me is in the minority because he's an attorney who's not really like an attorney. He's really a lot more like, my opinion, like an investigator in a way. He isn't there for the games. He's not there for, he has to defend against the games from the other side, but his what he brings to the table is, and it reminds me of how I would be if I was in this position. If I were an attorney, this resonates a lot with me. What he does is he puts in all of the hours and probably sleeps very little, and he learns the facts of the case inside and out, 100% up and down. And we'll talk more about that when Alex takes the stand, but it is extremely evident then. And we'll talk about that. But I've never been, when Alex takes the stand, the way that cross-examination goes is one of the most impressive things to me in like any trial. And I feel like most people maybe didn't even recognize that, even on LawTube. But we'll talk about that. But his ability to pivot and go with the flow, and actually, and the other thing that you'll notice about Creighton is that, think about every case that you've ever seen, every trial you've ever seen, and notice how you'll notice how a witness will answer a question and the attorney clearly isn't listening, or I guess another way of putting it is like an attorney will ask a question, and then if there's an objection, and then they don't remember their question. Poop does this all the time. Jim does. You see this all the time in this trial, but not Creighton. Creighton is the only attorney where no matter what interruption goes on, he knows where he was because he's present in the moment, and what he's doing has a purpose, as opposed to just going off a check sheet of questions, right? So, like, I guess in my mind, I understand all the different strategies that there are here, but having just a list of questions and just tick, tick, tick off the box, and using things like witness intimidation and trickery, whatever the case may be, it could be that it's at least to some extent necessary, and maybe there's nothing wrong with this, but necessary when you've got a case like this case where the facts are so numerous and overwhelming and vast and complex, like extremely complex and complicated, that it would seem impossible and impractical to expect anyone to learn them all. But Creighton does it. He's learned all of the facts. And because he's learned, and you know what, it reminds me a lot of violin. And I remember when I was thinking about this, that's what I also thought as well. Like the way that you know, there's no such thing as not making mistakes. And you can listen to any performer, and this isn't just true with violin, but any musician. And if you know the instrument, if you know the piece of music and you're familiar with what's going on, you'll notice that they're making mistakes. Even if the audience doesn't notice, you'll notice that they're making mistakes. However, I always tell my students, you know, a good violinist is just a magician because they are able to make a mistake and then correct it before anyone notices. So it's not that they're perfect. It's not that they're not making mistakes. They're magicians. That's all it is. And what allows you to be a better magician? If I go with that analogy of being a magician, it's of knowing all of the tricks that you have in your hat, your magician's hat, like your rabbits and whatnot. What do they use? Birds? I don't even know. Things that come out of a hat, your wands, you know. So what I mean by that is on violin, right? So you have to know the instrument. You have to know the piece of music, and you have to know all of it inside and out. And if you do, then literally anything can happen and you're all good. And I think that's part of why Creighton's approach resonates so much with me, because there's such a similarity there of the emphasis being on the work and preparation ahead of time. It's like a workhorse mentality. It's like thorough, prepared, ready for anything. And that way you can remain like going back to this whole thing, right? He's in control because he's not having to be like, you know, in this like, you know, dick swinging contest as we see them get into, I think later in this video, Poot gets into it, but Creighton doesn't, you know, he doesn't get caught up in that. And he's, you know, absolutely confident because he knows he knows the case, and he's confident because he knows the facts. Same thing again, like with violin. If you know the instrument, if you know the piece of music, you know, you can be confident that because of your preparation, and that is invaluable. And I think it's very, I admire that so much. And I have not even been looking in the chat. So, oh, Abby, you did not know about CrimeCon. Wow. Okay. So CrimeCon is coming up. Wow. Yeah. I will just say that, last year at CrimeCon, Creighton's band, Sole Purpose, they played at CrimeCon. I don't know if he's coming again this year. I would assume so. I don't even want to think about meeting him because I will be beside myself with glee if that happens. Moon at Noon, I am so happy that you're here. Thank you so much. You guys, Moon at Noon from what I understand, is not a true crime or law, you know, to follower. Moon at Noon, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Moon at Noon, if you feel so inclined, you know, subscribe to my channel because they like music and stuff, and they stop by every live stream and say hi. And I just, what a person, right? Like who Moon at Noon, whoever you are, like you're awesome. And I just, you know, we need more people like that in the world, right? That just, you know, they have, what's the right word? You know, just considerate and just generous of your time. And like, you know, you have to pay attention, right? Like you have to pay attention to even notice that there's a live stream. It takes a level of intention, like in life, right? To go through it and be aware of things and then decide, okay, like I'm going to be present for this. Anyway, I just really appreciate it. And I thank you I think you may have mentioned that you're also Whitaker. Something about Ohio. Am I getting my wires crossed? It's possible. Something about Ohio. But so I think all of you guys are being here. I mean, all of you guys are here every stream, and I appreciate it. The conversation is always so exciting and fun and diverse, and yeah. So okay, that was the tangent on how much I appreciate Creighton, and let's keep watching the video.
On his face is consistent with that second shot and him just having terminal
Right.
collapse.
Yes.
Well, in
One,
my
two.
opinion, based on my education and experience, the first shotgun
Was the non-fatal
wound,
one, and the second one was the fatal
initial
one.
shot was to the chest, following which he remained standing and sustained the other gunshot wound to the top of the left shoulder and head. If we think about it, well, is it possible that the other one was first? It just kind of defies logic, right? So if he got that one first on the left shoulder and through his head, we know that one sent him to the ground. So he fell to the ground, hit the right side of the face. How is he possibly going to get that one to the front of the chest? So it's just hard to imagine a scenario in which the shotgun wound to the head was first.
Yeah, the
Let's move now, if
non-fatal
we
one,
can,
and then the
to,
fatal one.
Maggie Murdaugh, and you did her autopsy as well as you described as jury. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
They'll probably do time of
And,
death last.
how
if
many-
they ask?
Gunshot wounds, just very quickly, did you observe on Maggie?
So she sustained a total of 5 gunshot wounds from a minimum of 4 shots. So it could have been from 4 shots with 5 wounds or 5 separate shots. And I will explain once we do that.
If you would,
She said 4
step
or
down,
5
please,
because
and walk over here, and we'll do the
one
same
could have-
procedure.
well, she'll
With
explain,
Maggie,
but
start
it
out
could have
by
been
writing
4 or
her
5.
Name at the
With
top,
Maggie,
and then put the left and right on
remember,
there too to aid us in understanding.
There were 7 casings found near Maggie's body. This week's podcast is going to be about Alec Baldwin.
First of all, this was a different weapon. It was not a shotgun with wadding and pellets. These injuries that Maggie sustained were they're completely consistent with an assault rifle. Okay, so it's a different weapon. And I'm going to go through the 5 wounds and then.
So did y'all hear that comment about Alec Baldwin? Baldwin. Can't talk. Let me rewind just a smidge. I left that in because I thought that was so, what's the right word? It's like capturing the moment in time. Like Emily mentions the thing about Baldwin because the shooting, I guess, had just happened in Rust. And of course, even though the Rust trial, well, at least Hannah's portion is over now, when I was putting this video together, it was still happening. And in fact, I actually had this video finished a couple days ago, but I was waiting until the Rust trial was over to do a live stream because I know that where everyone's going to be, including myself, is Runkle's recaps when the Rust trial is going on. So, so that is why. Anyway, but it was still going on when I made this video. So that comment is makes it, what's the right word? Like, it marks a moment in time.
Name at the
With
top,
Maggie,
and then put the left and right on
remember,
there too to aid us in understanding.
There were 7 casings found near Maggie's body. This week's podcast is going to be about Alec Baldwin.
First of all, this
Yeah, that part.
was a different weapon. It was not a shotgun with wadding and pellets. These injuries that Maggie sustained were they're completely consistent with an assault rifle. Okay, so it's a
Oh,
different
and also,
weapon.
Noon at Noon. Glad I remembered this. I don't want to give anything away, but there will be, more than likely, some live music happening during this video at certain moments. So there will be something happening that I think is pretty funny. Just so you know.
And I'm going to go through the 5 wounds, and then we'll think about how I'll try to explain my opinion as to the likely order, just sort of like we figured out Paul's shotgun wound to the chest came first, but we'll do the same with hers. But she's got a few more wounds, so it could be require a little bit more logical thinking. Okay, so she
Well, we're
had
here
an
for logical
entrance
thinking.
wound that was right over there. Okay, it's kind of right below the rib cage, not far from the middle of her midline of her body. And that wound, but that's going from front to back and downward. And there was an exit wound kind of like right down here. Okay, so It entered here. Okay, so we're
Front to
in
back
a
and
kind
down.
of downward direction. It was actually 10 inches below where it entered. So it's
So
pretty
very
low.
much downward.
Down here was the exit wound. And on the way, that projectile, that bullet, went through the abdominal wall. That's like our muscle and all that. And then once it got inside the body, it went through mesentery, which is the supportive tissues of our intestines. Now it's continuing to go toward the back of her body, went through the pancreas, okay, which is kind of toward the back. And then as it's traveling
She
left,
very clearly
it went through the left
reviewed for her
kidney
testimony because
and
she is going no
left
notes.
iliac artery,
through
which is
what
a blood
Yeah, that's
vessel
what I was
that
saying.
Quite-
leads off the aorta
Quite a lot.
before exiting the left side of the back.
All right. And let's go ahead. Can we do the second wound, and then we'll talk about both of those together in a
Okay.
second, if we could.
So we've got two that are basically completely to the front of the body, directly to the front. And
Also,
the other,
so also real quick, I know I'm like you, Abby. I agree. I love it. She's a great teacher, and I left out some of her resume at the beginning because it goes on for like fucking ever. But a lot of what she does is teaching, so it makes sense as to how she's teaching this so well to us, right? She's actually, part of her job. She's got students that are like, whatever they are, interning with her. They're helping, they're observing the autopsy. So anyway, that she's a great teacher. But I was going to say that this also, having this understanding of how these injuries happen, sets us up as people who are watching this trial as in a better position to really fully appreciate who we have coming up. I believe he will be on the next episode, which will be part 7, Kenny Kinsey, one of my favorite parts of the whole trial, one of my favorite witnesses, who is not the last witness for the state, but I believe second to last, or he's close to the end. But he's their expert witness on the crime scene. And if y'all remember him, he's an extremely likable dude. Oh, I'm seeing here. Okay, Jeannie, I hope your migraine feels better. I'm sorry that you're having a migraine. Yeah, it's all good. And we will be here. But I understand that I've had migraines in the past, and I understand that that would be excruciating to watch the chat and stuff. So yes, but this will set us up to better appreciate and understand coming up, in real time in court during the trial. It was like 2 days later, but in our life, it'll be a couple of days later. Anyway, to understand Kenny Kinsey's testimony about the crime scene and how he's explaining that. But yes, I think I'm with you, Abby. I love to learn, and I find she explains things in such a logical way that makes sense that even a lay person like myself who knows nothing about medicine or what have you, it just makes perfect sense. So
there's another wound that's kind of on the front inside of the left thigh, kind of like over there. Okay. And this one is also going from front to back and
So we're now at
toward the
3
left
wounds
and
on the
downward.
front of the body,
So
downward.
These two shots follow a parallel path. They're both, this is the left, okay, left leg, right, left thigh. And the exit wound was in the back of the left thigh.
And those, you said, followed kind of a parallel trajectory?
Yes, they had a relatively parallel trajectory. Another feature of each of these wounds is that, remember we talked about gunpowder stippling when somebody is shot at a relatively close range. Well, both of these wounds had gunpowder stippling around them. Okay.
Which makes sense why they
This is
brought
her
these
left
weapons into
leg.
court
It's
to
really
show
easy
how
to get
long these
toned
weapons
around
were
here. Okay, left
and how close
left
you would be.
thigh, and the other's on the left side of the lower back. And the one to the left leg actually just went through. It went through muscle and soft tissue. Didn't
Just
actually
through
break
on the
bone.
leg.
All right. If those two wounds, let's go ahead and do all the wounds. Can we go to the next wound that we have? And before we do that, was there a wound to the wrist in this particular instance?
Yes, there was
Answer
a
one question.
wound to the wrist, and it was on the left wrist. The entrance wound was somewhere around here.
I love this. Creighton's gonna be like,
And-
use me as a puppet
Okay,
here.
so this is
I love
her
it.
left wrist, and then the exit wound was a little bit higher on the inside of the arm. So
Well,
this is
here-
the kind of the hairy part, this part, and then the inside where there was an exit wound.
All right, and using my left hand, can you kind of point generally to the jury about the location of those?
Yeah, so kind of going in here and out there.
So in and out through the
All right.
arm.
It's
All right.
it's especially
So,
funny
one-
because pausing it. It's especially funny because it's not necessary. She already demonstrated on her own arm. This is why I'm like, Creighton must have been a thespian like in a past life, because he really loves getting involved and acting things out. I love it. And I mean, I'm sure the jury appreciates it too. It's endearing to me.
Somewhat unusual
Why? Why?
because it's going in an upward direction through the body. Okay, there was an entrance wound on the underside of the left breast that
Went up and back.
exited like the top of the left breast. Okay, and from there we have some marks on. There's like bruising on the left side of the chest up here, the left clavicle, and that bullet continued through the underside of the left side of the face. Okay, so there's a wound kind of like over there, okay, and it's everything is kind of going up. So this was an exit, and then we have like a re-entrance, okay? So we have a series of defects. We have, this is an entrance,
So
an
it kept
exit,
traveling.
and then
as-
the bullet continued through the left side of the face and lower ear area and into her head.
Remember,
Okay.
they
Now,
found
in
a
addition
broken
to
earring
that-
Just
with
real quick, those first two wounds
body,
that you described, the wound to
hair,
the abdomen
near.
and the wound to the leg, and those are both
ATVs.
to the front of the body, is that
So
correct?
that makes
And
sense why they
both-
found the
both had a
broken
similar
earring with
parallel
hair
trajectory, is that correct?
Yes.
that it was
Would
taken.
those, either one of those wounds
out
been
there.
immediately fatal?
No,
All right. The wound you just described, and how about the wound to the wrist? Would that have been immediately
No.
fatal? What about the wound that you just described that went in near the breast and then went into the head?
yes, that would have been immediately fatal because when it entered the left side of the face, it basically destroyed the brain.
And was there another gunshot injury, traumatic gunshot injury aside from that one?
Yes, but I'm going to, before I continue, I did want to mention that there was an abrasion, kind of a scrape below that, which indicate below her left breast. So it indicates before it actually went through the left breast, it kind of scraped along the abdomen as it was going upward before it went into her head.
On the injury,
That's
the
a-
gunshot wound, the assault rifle wound to the abdomen,
That's
and
an
the
odd
assault rifle
angle.
wound to the leg, you said there was stippling there. Is that correct?
Yes, the
Did you-
other wounds did
So-
not have any stippling,
Right,
so
so
they
the-
were from further back.
The wrist wound had no stippling?
Correct.
And that wound that you just described going up into Maggie's head, that did not have any stippling either?
Correct.
It's an odd
You mentioned
trajectory.
there's one more as well to her head. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, describe that to the jury using this chart, please, or this diagram.
Okay. So there was an entrance wound
We're going to have to
to the
hear.
back of the head. Okay, that was kind of like right over there. Okay, and it's kind of near the base of her skull. And that was going downward. Okay, now this is
Janie, I know you have a migraine, so I don't know why you're typing in the chat. I mean, unless your head's feeling better, but I'm just trying to understand what you said about Maggie being above him. Are you thinking of Paul? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. That's interesting about him rolling his eyes, though. Let me back that up a sec so we can see.
like automatic rifle.
On the injury,
That's
the
a-
gunshot wound, the assault rifle wound to the abdomen,
That's
and
an
the
odd
assault rifle
angle.
wound to the leg, you said there was stippling there. Is that correct?
Yes, the
Did you-
other wounds did
So-
not have any stippling,
Right,
so
so
they
the-
were from further back.
The wrist wound had no stippling?
Correct.
And that wound that you just described going up into Maggie's head. That did not have any stippling either.
Correct.
It's an odd
You
trajectory.
mentioned there's one more as well to her head. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, describe that to the jury using this chart, please, or this diagram.
Okay. So
So as far as these, where they're saying these odd angles, she does explain how she thinks these occurred a little bit later on. She does explain this. So
there was an entrance wound
We're gonna have to
to
hear.
the back of the head. Okay, that was kind of like right over
now
there.
Alex is looking like
Okay,
all of a sudden
and it's
sad
kind of
again.
near
Well,
the
fake sad.
base of her skull, and that was going downward. Okay, now this is like automatic rifle.
She's gonna go through the body moving.
Like it's a rifle ammunition, so it's not a single cylindrical projectile that remains intact.
I think for the
These
very last
rifles,
shot, she was already on the
projectiles
ground.
fragment as they go through the body. That's one of the mechanisms by which they do enormous damage. Okay. Now this wound was going in a downward direction, and then we have lots of exit wounds on the right side of her upper back.
Alex is a big
where
fan of
all
highlighters.
those fragmented
Noticed.
projectiles fragments exited. And this wound, it's in a clearly downward direction. It entered the back
Execution
of her
style on the
head,
back of the head.
went through the back of the skull,
Yep.
and through the brainstem and cerebellum. Okay, so these are vital portions at the very bottom of the brain, but it did not enter into her chest. It continued just scraping along the top of the back. So we know this is going in a downward direction. So how do we reconcile? How do we?
She's going
make
to talk about the way that the
sense of
body moved
a
to make
wound
sense.
that's going upward,
And
and
then
then another wound that's
downward.
going downward. Okay, you'll recall this wound that went through her left breast and into the left side of her face injured her brain, right? She's not going to be standing anymore. Now, how would this even go upward? Okay, those first two shots, right? The one to her, or we'll say the one to her, it's the right side of her abdomen. That went, remember, through her pancreas and the left kidney. Kidney pain is usually very painful. We can imagine this did
important.
not immediately cause
The kidney pain.
She may have been bent over straight, and
because of the pain.
that puts her in a position. I mean, if someone
So she's saying essentially that the reason these shots happen at this weird angle is because that kidney pain that she already would have endured would have brought her to her knees, and she would have been bent over, and perhaps also she will explain here also using her arm and kind of like bending over and like, what's the right word? Not clutching, but like the natural instinct would be to cover your tummy area, right? If you've got pain there, and that would have been how she incurred that injury through the wrist, because the wrist would have been bent up towards her chestal region, chest area.
leaning over to get a gunshot wound that goes along. So when we look at her body,
But don't worry, we're going to see it acted out or hear about it being acted out.
Upward, we know it's going upward because it ended in her head. Probably her body was bent over, and it may have been that she just sustained this very painful wound to her abdomen, not in addition to her thigh, and she was
Crumpled.
most likely, in my opinion, bent over or even possibly on the ground, but not completely lying flat, at the time, because then it would never have been able to go through the front, we have some like skip areas here. So if
Sitting back
she's bent
down,
over, we have
just
some
gets up
skip
and wanders
holes.
around.
We're going to get a skip.
Wandering
through the underside of the left breast, exited the top of the left breast. So that would indicate that her breast may have been sort of blood hanging down a little bit.
All right, so do you have that double stick?
All right, get ready, y'all.
Let's, if you would, just again, use me, if you could, to describe some of the concepts.
Here we
talked about.
go.
Let's start
Here
with
we
those first two shots of the abdomen, and then just kind of position me as we move on.
I
to the
love it
shots.
so
All right,
much.
one
You're
wound.
next, guys.
Okay, absolutely.
Oh my
Okay.
God, great.
Well, now I have to.
There are
I'll-
5
I'll have to,
wounds.
Yeah, I can't,
She
show
could
this.
have,
Yeah,
she could have been
show
shot
this.
4
The
or
entrance
5
was out
times.
there, right after the abdomen.
The yardstick.
And it
I
went
can't.
through the body, exiting on the left side of the lower back.
Mhm.
And while it was in the body, went through the pancreas and the left kidney and a blood vessel nearby.
All right, and then the wound to the thigh.
Okay, the thigh was kind of on the front, but a little bit toward the inside area. And that exited lower down on the left thigh, in the back of the left thigh.
That one to the abdomen, that has been very painful.
Yes, I mean, kidney, if you ever knew anybody that had a kidney stones are some of the worst pain medicine. People who aren't get a kidney stone have to be on very high doses of morphine just to control the pain.
Buster is
Well,
still
she
in the
had,
courtroom. I
you
can
know,
see him
like
in the same row as his
projectiles,
uncle.
ammunition going through her left
So
kidney.
I
You
still
can
see him in
imagine
there
that was a very
currently.
painful wound and may have caused her to like fold over in pain.
So something like this.
Here we go.
Yes.
He's getting.
All right. And could it even been that she went to the ground and she's on
Here
her
it
hands and
is.
knees, something
There it
like
is.
this?
Yes, that's
Yay.
also possible.
My
And
favorite.
she could have had her head
Look
bent
at Emily. Look at
down
Emily.
or like sort of
Things I've
touching
never
the
done in a
body
courtroom.
as well.
This
Crawling
shot,
around
this
on the
one right
floor like
here,
Creighton Waters.
that you described right there, is there any way at that point in time she could have been
Creighton, get off the
completely
floor.
thrown flat on the ground like this?
No, because then how, well, it's not just going to go up. So she has to at least have been, I can't say for sure, but it makes sense that after receiving those first 2 shots,
Emily goes, Creighton, get off the floor. Oh my God, you guys. I love it.
she's going to be bent over at least, or possibly, even lower to the ground, enabling her to get a wound.
And if you could, stop
Yeah,
that over,
like
could
that,
you do
that's
this?
perfect. Okay, going through the front of the left side of the chest, and if your head is bent over even
Down
further,
lower than
you
the
can
rest of
imagine
you.
It's going to go into the head like that. Okay, so
That's the upward
when,
trajectory.
I first look at this, I'm like, what?
It's not upward.
It takes a little.
It's
so in
downward, 'cause
retrospect,
she's
now
bent
that
over.
I've made sense of this, it all comes together.
Explains the
So
injuries.
drop to her knees.
So far at this point in time, we
Moving
talked
forward
about the
and then
abdomen and the thigh wound. In your opinion, of
horrible.
those 2 shots, the first 2 shots she suffered?
Yes, I think she was standing upright at the time and horizontal.
Get off
but
the
not
floor,
completely on the ground.
Creighton.
But after sustaining that wound, okay.
She could have been down on her
Yeah,
hands and
she
knees.
could have been down on her hands and knees.
She's
or
down on her
bent
hands and
over, Right?
Creighton's down on his
She's
hands.
gonna fall to the ground completely.
Don't fall to the
And
ground,
that
Creighton.
puts her in a
Too
position
much.
to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really,
The
I'm
shooter
not-
is
you're
behind
too
her.
far away for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go over here, but show me that.
Yeah.
He's crawling
So
around the
last
courtroom. He's
wound
crawling around
was
the courtroom.
going in a downward direction.
He's crawling around the courtroom.
It's kind of, enough to fracture the skull and go through the back of
Oh my
the
God.
brain.
Oh my God.
brainstem, and then have just a bunch of exit wounds there. So that's, that actually is in kind of a downward direction. So we've got something going upward, we have something going downward, and it only makes sense that the one to the left side of the front occurred first, because if the one to the back of the head was, she basically.
Yeah, so Janie, as far as Alex being lower than either of his victims, I think the only time that we have, at least from the expert testimony that we have that is with Paul, and that would be the second shot that Paul sustains. And we'll get to that. With Kenny Kinsey's going to answer all your questions for anybody who's wondering, right. The kneeling, but the kneeling was with Paul, not with Maggie, from my understanding. From what we are hearing, and we're going to hear more about it from her, and again, we'll get to it more with Kenny Kinsey, but it sounds like Alex was on his feet circling Maggie, and she came to her knees because of that being shot in the kidney and what have you, but that he was walking around her in a circle. We'll hear this. We'll hear it. There was another reason I was pausing it. Yes, I was going to pause it to say also that the Creighton crawling around the floor thing, I love it because it's both. It's his dedication to getting justice, like you said, Janie, getting justice for Maggie and Paul and really showing it. I mean, you can't get a better visual than that, right? For the jury. Because when you see another person, that's why movies, right? It's why TV shows versus just listening to radio or something, right? You know, some things are just better with a visual, and especially if it's something happening to a person, to have another person demonstrating it, it allows you to understand. And so it's both. I think. I think it's just shows his commitment. I really appreciate it. If I were a juror, that would resonate with me so much more than a diagram. But equally, it's hilarious. Especially Emily's reaction to it is hilarious. Like, as he's crawling on the floor, I'm both like, good for you, Creighton. And I just think it's also funny. But I think overall, it's just endearing. Yeah, I can't remember if there was anything else I was going to say about that. But yeah, let's keep going.
Was already had injury to the brain sufficient to have killed her. The one to the back of the head that went down was, an additional wound. But the one entered the left side.
Oh, I remember what else I was going to say. I remember what else I was going to say. And as we're talking about sort of how things happened, that's again what the point of all this is, right? Because that's what we're going to get to with her, and again with Kenny Kinsey. It's gonna what's so fascinating in this case, and I guess with any case, but especially this case, is the nature of the wounds and the injuries tells us the story that she is really able to put together. Like, for example, when we want to know exactly what fucking happened, and Alex is never going to talk, the way these injuries were sustained, like, for example, the bit about the kidney, she got shot in the kidney, and that pain would have brought her to her knees, and therefore the hand comes up, and then all of this ends up telling us how the shooter would have been circling her. Like, in other words, these injuries give us the picture as to how it all happened. Who was shot first, all of it. And so, oftentimes in cases, that's not always how it is. Sometimes the injury is just to prove that the person died, right? Even for the jury, you have to show that somebody died. So here's, a gunshot, whatever the injury is, but it might just be, taken at face value. Here's what it is. In this case, it really tells a story. I just feel like there's just, I don't know of many trials or cases where there's such a story as to how it happened, where even like the 1 minute or less, what 30 seconds that it would have taken for Maggie and Paul to be alive and then dead, right? For this to all happen. So much happened in that period of time, right? Like, that's the thing. So much happened in this period of time. Like, Paul looked and saw who was shooting him with his own gun. Maggie looked and saw who just killed her son and saw her son's brains and all that. I mean, all of this, right? It just tells the story of exactly what went down because of these wounds, these gunshot wounds.
If she had not suffered this wound right here, the one where she's hunched over her own
I've never seen a prosecutor crawl around.
If she had
on the
not suffered
floor.
that one, would this one to the back of head also
I've
been
seen a
immediately
lot
face
of
to face?
trials.
Either one of them would have been immediately fatal.
I've done a lot of trials. My friends have done a lot of
I agree
trials.
100%.
I know a lot of criminal attorneys, and I have never.
To keep us alive. I do think this isn't something that
I agree 100%. It's a visceral thing. It absolutely is a visceral thing. And the way they're just, so you can really understand what Maggie went through 100%.
Immediately realized, but after thinking about it, how, this is gunshot wounds to one person. How do I make sense of this? And this is the most likely logical sequence of shots that she sustained. I also want to mention, remember we had this wound to the, so we have
also real quick, there's so many, I keep saying it, I know, but like Kenny Kinsey's going to make all this very clear, but as I've been putting together the next episode and kind of reviewing all this stuff, and we'll get to it more with Roger Dale Davis Jr. His testimony is later in his video, and it's some of the most important testimony. He's also my favorite witness of the entire trial. But my working theory from everything I'm remembering right now in this moment, without having seen all of Kenny Kinsey and all that at this juncture, it's been a while. But my working theory is that the two guns was to make it look like more than one person. And that makes sense because Alex kept, peddling this theory of the vote case, right? And vigilantes, more than one person. So the more than one person thing, it does a number of things for him. In his mind, it would have supported his stupid theory, fake theory. B, it makes it harder to figure out who did it, right? Sort of like when they ask, well, who was threatening Paul? And he's like, just too many people to name. Okay, great. Thank you. So same type of thing. I think the more than one gun speaks to that. My thought where I'm at right now, and from what I remember, is that the thing with second shot to Paul, I think was an accident. We're going to hear testimony, and I think it's really important, and perhaps it wasn't as obvious at the time. There's a lot of things in this trial that were not as obvious at the time as being important, but in hindsight were really important. And I wonder if the jury knew they were important. It's hard to say, right? Like, because there was just so much. But we're going to hear a lot of testimony about the nature of the kennel area, the feed room, the concrete, the slope in the concrete, the door jam thingy area being, sealed properly, and where the water pooled. Okay. And we know the hose, well, getting ahead of us a little bit, because we're going to hear about later, but the hose being used, there was water. I think that what we're going to end up seeing is that it's likely that that second shot from Alex, where he was at that weird, on his knees, was that he was in that like doorway of the feed room. That's where the water collected. And because the whole deal with the hose, the water that whole situation wasn't done the way it normally would have been. It was interrupted, if you will, that whole process, because there's a whole order in a way in which that would have been done. And the water would pool there. I think it's possible he just slipped. That he just slipped and fell on his knees. And that's how that second shot to Paul came at that angle, because we know Paul was standing in the doorway of that feed room. And we know that Alex was within 3 feet. So that's where the water would have pooled. So I think the two guns, because then the second gun, right, is after that for Maggie, the 300 blackout. So I think the two guns was to make it look like more than one person. It's possible that second shot was that's possible, but I think also it's possible that it could have just been that he slipped because the water was pooled there. And we're going to hear more about that, as well. And it makes sense because they keep bringing up, the prosecution and the witnesses, like it keeps coming up that witnesses at the scene, like the way the water would pool was significant enough for them to mention it. And it gets mentioned a number of times. And so when that happens, you have to think, well, this must have meant something to somebody. And, they can't always, and I don't remember if they go through and actually state that or if that was just what I gathered. But anyway, we'll hear about it. I'm going to play the video.
We know about, right? We've got right side of the abdomen, left thigh, the left side of the head in the front. We have breast first. And then we have this last wound while she was prone on the ground, okay, to the back of the head. We also have this additional wound to the left wrist that exited a little bit higher. Now, is it possible that her arm was just somewhere and got shot? Yes. But remember, we know that she must have been in a lot of pain in her abdomen from that shot that went through the abdomen. And if she is bent over, where would her hand likely be? It makes sense she might be bent over.
This is what I was saying earlier.
Right there. And so if her
bent over and your hand would be coming up towards your chest region.
The wound entering the left wrist could exit there before actually going up. So if she's got her hand on her belly, I don't know if that's actually happened, but that's why I described 5 individual gunshot wounds, but because the left wrist could have moved, it could have happened before another one.
And what you just described there with her wrist kind of close to her stomach after suffering that abdominal and thigh wound, that is consistent with the evidence what you just described. Is that correct? But having her hand right there, like.
Yeah, that, it would be consistent. I can't say 100% that that's what happened.
I agree, Jeannie.
You know, that is a gunshot wound to the left wrist, and it may have been sustained while she had her hand on her out.
So that's why they said 4 shots, maybe 5, because that through the wrist could have gone into the wrist and then into her body. She would have fallen after that because of the damage to the brain,
491.
and then the other shot coming from behind her came along her back into her head. So
492.
this all says to me that the person was
493.
behind her or that she was running. Only one wound had stippling, the others did
495.
not, which means
And I
Which
think
seems
the end
to
up
me to
running,
indicate
she was
she was-
running towards Paul.
trying to get away.
Which is
So
horrible.
that makes sense, and I appreciate
Right,
the
and then she
pathologist,
starts running away.
the
Yeah.
ME, for
498.
actually
I think that's what it
showing
is. She
how
runs
that
towards
happened.
Paul and then she runs away from Alex and tries to.
Come on down here and
And it made, 5 wounds, but if we count the left wrist as separate, but if the left wrist was connected to the other one, to one of the others, then it's there's only 4 shots to the body.
Riemer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes.
Yeah, tennis girl. Yeah. Exactly. What you're saying when Paul is calling up is exactly what I was referring to. I'm glad that what I said made some type of sense because it is. Yes. And I don't know that I got it at the time. I think it was really, I really think it was after that, like maybe the second time I watched the trial or, I think it was after the first time. And again, there was so much. I mean, that's part of the thing. It's like there was just so much and so many details. Again, I know I keep saying it, but I don't know of another case where there's so many little details. And then you have the trial, like it's not just the details with the murder. There's a lot of details with the murder, but then there's a lot of details with all the other, related incidents. There's so much. And I think that's why, like you were saying, and I was saying, that kept coming up, but like the brain can only handle so much. I mean, that's really, I always tell my violin students, brains are like filing cabinets and memories are like filing cabinets. And like, you can only process so much at a time. And when you're getting overwhelmed with a lot of information, right? It's good. Your brain's going to pick out what is the most important things, and the water pooling at the time when you're getting overloaded with all inundated, right? The water pooling, understandably, it didn't seem like whatever. There's a lot of things like that. That's not the only thing. There's a lot of things like that in this trial that I noticed when the trial was happening. I completely missed them or just disregarded them because it was like my brain was short circuiting with all of the information and trying to put it together and understand it. But then going back, I'm like, oh, okay. That makes sense. I know I agree with that. And I don't want to, it's possible somebody gives an explanation. I don't remember. We'll find out. We'll find out because we're going to watch the rest of it. We'll see if somebody does give an explanation. Again, it could be that it was sort of, partially given and then objected to, or just not fully, who knows? But yes, I'm glad that made sense. So.
The gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
Yes.
And that could be
tennis girl.
consistent with.
I know you were walking away for a second. What you're saying here, I actually said that a few minutes ago. That is exactly it. Yes, that was why I even mentioned it. That's what I'm thinking is that what happened was because the water pool, and we're going to hear about it in this video. It's really important. The water would pool at that feed room door area because of the way the concrete was sloped and the door jamb thing wasn't sealed and all that. We're going to hear about it. And the water would pool there and they were using the hose. And so my thought is that because we know Paul was standing in the feed room, my thought is that, and we know Alex was within 3 feet. So he gets the first shot and then he slips. And then that second shot goes off at that really weird angle. And that to me makes a lot of sense. So he slipped in the freaking water. And we know he's tall and he's bumbly as well. He's not like, agile. And that's the other thing, right? Because like the defense wants to make it seem like, oh, someone would have to be like a sharpshooter, like agile, like a freaking ninja, right? They don't. No. They can be a bumbling, tall, clumsy person who slips in a puddle of water, and then that's way more likely, right, to get that awkward shot.
Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, nobody,
Someone
people
running away.
didn't just standing still. It could be that the
Dynamic
shooter,
movement.
was moving closer toward her,
Or she was
a little
moving
bit back
away.
at this- or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know.
I would have loved
what-
to have prosecuted
what
this.
happened there.
People move.
But I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is
Stippling.
more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You've described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then the spinal injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter. We know
Circling?
the gunshot
Yeah,
wound
there
to
we go. It's circling.
the front of the body that's going up.
Chilling use of phrase.
If
It's
Maggie
chilling,
was
but it's
bent
accurate.
over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her. Right?
Yeah.
From behind her, that's the only way it's
Awful.
going to go up and through the base of the.
And look at
the
Alex
chin
is,
area
like,
into her
mildly
head, right?
perturbed,
She's
but he's
bent
not doing
over.
the whole
That's
crying
the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor, and you couldn't do that.
Probably like,
She's
wait,
bent
shit, I just
over,
look
she
sad,
gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at at the top of her.
Dr. Riemer, in your professional expert opinion, what was the cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical
So we're
certainty for
almost
Paul Murdaugh?
Done.
For Paul
We're
Murdaugh,
almost done with her
shotgun
testimony.
wounds. Let me see what exactly I said.
We're almost
I said
done with her
shotgun
testimony.
wounds to head and chest.
What-
Shotgun wounds of head and chest.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, which means death at the hands of another.
oh, y'all,
So cause of manner
if anyone wants a little review on what cause and manner of death are, let me know in the chat.
of death.
Dr. Riemer, in your expert opinion, what was, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death for Maggie Murdaugh?
Maggie Murdaugh died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, death at the hands
I
of
mean,
another.
it's pretty
Thank you,
clear
Dr.
from the way
Riemer.
she
Nothing
says
further, Your
this, but just, all
Cross-examination.
right, here we
Yes.
go.
Good morning, Dr. Riemer.
Prepare to be
Good morning.
offended.
Let me at the outset say, we're going to be
This is so
yesterday
grimy.
as we went through the
Grimy.
back, we saw some very graphic images.
Grimy
And I
as fuck.
apologize, but we're going to have to do that again today.
Why?
You, of course, this is what you see every day.
Why?
But I'm sure you understand.
Objection,
how
no
other
question.
people may, especially people related to the deceased, might react to that.
Of course.
Of question, no
Now,
question pending. He's just giving a soliloquy.
Let me also explain at the outset,
They let him just talk.
until I read your autopsy report,
Dick, he just
I
filibusters.
had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout.
I don't care what you consider, Dick.
So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn.
They could object to all of this, and they're not.
Understand
They should.
your opinion,
I would.
and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen. Okay. So if I ask you questions, that
He's
seem
trying
simplistic.
to be charming.
Understand my understanding of this process. Is somewhat basic.
Y'all,
So
look at
I'm gonna
Creighton.
try to walk
Look at
through
Creighton.
this The way I can
Look at him.
glean,
This is all lies, by the way.
what
He
the
hates
evidence
it. He
is
hates
and what
this.
your conclusions
This is
I
all
don't blame
lies.
him.
Absolutely.
He was a prosecutor for years.
are.
He has done this a very
Were
long
you
time.
shown
He has done
photographs
plenty of juries with
the
guns
back of her
involved.
thigh
It's
that
just
were taken at the scene.
appalling. But
The
it's
back of
his
her calf,
style,
I'm sorry.
and I
I do
hate it.
not.
Okay.
He starts
So
out,
let
he
me
starts,
see if I
God,
can-
he starts out with this whole like shtick of like, I'm just a simpleton, blah, blah, blah. But then he goes into like the opposite, which is like, I'm going to try to trip you up, like as in him to the expert. And the only way to do that is to obviously not be like, you have to know about how, like, clearly he's studied a lot about the nature of gunshot wounds. However, he's studied only the ones that support his theory, which are self-inflicted, which are not relevant in this case, as we'll see. But yes.
Find these.
And then it doesn't really make the
It'll take me just a
fumbling
second. I thought I had them laying right
any
out here.
better. He should have had this. He should have had everything ready to go.
Thank you for indulgence. One moment.
You just started questioning. What did you do the second you walked into court? Because the second you walk into court, and he's like waving his hand at his team, like, why don't you have this? The second he walks into court, he should have those things in order for his examination. He had time this morning. Creighton is not here to organize your exhibits for you. Oh,
I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here.
sure.
I may. No one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf.
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or
No.
okay? But if this is mud,
So
You
Poop
wouldn't
is
necessarily-
really concerned about this bruise/mud on Maggie's leg. He gets real fixated on it.
I expect to see
It could have fallen off, correct?
Correct. So, you're not asked to opine about whether this was a, with
That's what she
the
said.
bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that.
Okay.
And there was no bruise.
And you were not shown this photo.
Correct.
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that
You answered yes to the prosecutor, though.
she was shot from, at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
So
we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and
Some didn't.
soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but
Now,
just
what
we
does
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact, it's further back.
3 to 4 feet.
Well, usually,
she said 3.
We don't see it more than 3 feet away. So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
See how he's trying to
Okay.
push
And
3 to
so
4 feet? She's like, no,
she
3. He's trying
may
to
have
push,
been
push,
turning.
push.
The shooter may have been moving straight
push.
on. I mean, if that's
Incrementally
as good an
push to make it
explanation
better for
what
him
you
to
saw
argue.
as, somebody circling her, correct?
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The
Good.
injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back.
Why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen, and the reason I believe it's probable or, quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying?
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Okay, did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So your conjecture, opinion is based on.
No, it's not
purely the wounds and trying to
conjecture.
figure out how that happened.
It's an
Yes, so I
expert
basically,
opinion.
I do the autopsy.
Not
I
conjecture.
have everything to do with the body. And at the time, I never heard anything about, I composed my autopsy reports
Right.
without any reference to the scene.
Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yeah.
that buckshot, and if that was a
Yeah.
contact wound, or
No, it's a close range.
Notice how as
Close
she's
range.
talking, he says okay
Closer
to
than 3
try
feet.
to
Yes.
stop her from
Okay.
talking.
can't estimate how far.
I can't, you'd have to testify.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was shot at an angle across. So that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes,
Okay, and we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay, and the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason.
He's
The
trying
reason
to
is because
reestablish
there's,
her
bruising
opinion. And she's like,
around
no.
the exit wounds. They're kind of short.
So I love how she's just totally holding her ground. But also, even more than that, I love the conversation that you guys are having in the chat. I love this so much. I love how much everyone that comes here supports each other. And, you know, my heart goes out to you guys, those of you who have suffered, you know, different injuries and stuff like that. I think a lot of people here have. Yeah, I think that's tennis girl. Look at how sweet that is. That's so sweet. Also, I just, as a reminder, there will be some live music relevant to the case. Okay. There will be some surprises happening. So I'm kind of preparing for that as well over here on my end.
Exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay, and do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes on
Correct.
his arm exiting.
Yes,
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the
Because she
shooter
wasn't there.
is to his right, shooting across,
Yes,
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes.
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding, well, not a fatal wound, there would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot
Y'all, I hate to leave you. I will
would
be
have
right back.
come,
I've got to go look for something
I mean,
for Dr.
as
B.
I understand it,
Be right back.
Mr. Barber, can you take your coat off and come here, please?
You guys, so now this is this is great.
Oh gosh.
This is she's like,
I
hold
can't
on.
wait for this. It's gonna
So this is how Poot's like, so I'm not gonna act things out myself because like I'm way too above that. So instead I'm gonna get poor Mr. Barber and have him take off his coat and come over here and act it out. So he has to try to one up Creighton. This is just hilarious.
wait.
Myself.
Are they gonna make him? Are you gonna make Mr. Barber crawl around on the floor? Are we gonna get more crawling around? Poor Mr. Barber.
So if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. That gentleman right there.
You're welcome, Janie.
That would be good. And he's fine.
He said we can't
You're fine.
block
Unless
these
I get in the
folks
way.
over
Let me see
there.
if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this.
Oh my
wound.
goodness.
Yeah, left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here, show the jury where the wound
Literally, even using a yardstick. Literally.
went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the
He's just
entrance
talking.
wound is here.
He's not answering
it's
questions
consistent
or
with
asking
him
questions. He's just talking.
being- How about Mr. Barber turn just a
Yes,
little
they
bit
can
that
use
way.
a diagram, but they're not
So
going to.
the shot would have gone like this.
Yes. That's
I don't know who's
approximately
coughing,
correct,
but
and
it's very
has a
loud in the mic.
slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back,
Right,
about
but
like.
mostly it's right to left. His
Okay.
right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, we're going to see some pictures in a minute.
This is why it's going to take forever.
Okay, turn a little bit this way.
This is why.
So it would have come out right under his arm,
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
and we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left
Okay.
armpit.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes,
still coming front to back.
well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room, have
Okay,
you seen any crime scene photos
from here? No.
from,
Oh, yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo.
Great point,
like,
Janie.
A couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't.
I know, and you're also right
form
about
an
that.
opinion.
You're totally right. She should be holding the stick. Yes, entirely. She should be holding the stick. But Poot, yeah. I mean, it just, again, it's the Poot show, right? It's like it's all messed up because she's supposed to be holding the stick, but instead he's holding the stick because he's trying to make his points and doing his whole, like, he's basically just testifying, right? As Emily keeps pointing that out. Yes, and also I agree that he's physically incapable of doing what Creighton did, 100%. Yep.
Based on
If I told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window.
Tennis girl, what's going on with your
very
mat?
narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying.
No,
Some of the
100%,
buckshot
Abby. Yeah,
comes
100%.
through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot. You don't remember the exact size. Buckshot is usually bigger, but yeah.
Okay, assume I'm not
Yeah.
misleading you. Okay.
Right, some shot.
He's
Buckshot
trying to
goes
control
through,
her
hits the
and
back
her
window.
testimony and be a butter.
That leaves holes in the window and hits in the
Oh.
door, the window
Out of
frame, and
cartoon,
goes
gotcha.
out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent
Don't
with
throw your
your
Mac
findings,
though.
correct?
Yes.
Macs
That
are
first shot.
expensive.
I'm sort of
Jeez,
intrigued.
here I go.
Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is?
Let her go sit
Yes,
down.
Of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally. The way when there's basically a hole in one side of the
Let her
skull,
go sit down.
I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way, depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So as a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is all bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone.
Right, so you can tell this is the entrance because, I mean, is it like?
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull. It's a smaller hole.
Having her back to the jury is so off-putting.
So the bone is
The
beveling
jury
out.
box is back
Outward
behind her,
as the bullet goes out.
back
So
here,
it would
and her
bevel
back
in
is
on the
just
entrance
to
and
the
bevel out
jury
on the exit.
because of the way the defense attorneys are standing.
Well, bevel in, meaning
It's just so
sometimes
odd to
people,
have her standing
don't
there.
always use these words consistently, even
And I
for
hate it.
pathologists. But there is a
And it's
inward
rude to the
beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward.
And they're not going to
So-
hear any of her testimony.
Bevel.
So what is the point?
The
Outward,
entrance-
inside the where
Because
we see.
now they're just arguing
something
with
would
her.
indicate-
Wider, yes, it's
Wider.
wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it's,
So just all this talk of breaking the TV. I mean, you guys read my mind. Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? Who am I think? Are you going to call whatchamacallit, Best Buy? Tennis girl? I know you know what I'm thinking. Yes. Yelling at Poot through the chat. I'm waiting for Tennis Girl to show me that she knows that she's reading my mind.
exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes.
Tennis Girl? Yes. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
There's a lot. Okay. So.
Oh my God,
was there-
I wouldn't
since
want
this
to do
didn't
this at
enter
all.
Bone,
I would be like,
is it
no,
beveling with the flesh?
No.
No, it doesn't bevel
Get
because
a
there's
dummy.
too much less.
use the chart.
And also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so
Oh,
that's
no.
characteristic.
That song, yeah. Bum ba-da-dum ba-dum 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 bum. Who does that song? How's bum ba-da-dum ba-dum. I'm trying to make this bum ba-dum ba-da-bum bum ba-da-bum bum ba-dum ba-da-bum Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah. Everyone knows it's Wendi. Yeah. Everyone knows it's Wendi. Everyone knows it's Wendi. Something like that. Anyway.
Okay, and the second shot
Excuse me for my sulfuric
The-
explanation. Well, I go in and
I
ask
understand
very
that you
specific and
indicate-
advanced questions. They
Is-
know it.
Can you-
The
Um,
jury
tennis
knows it.
girl, I don't know.
First of all,
You shouldn't be getting blocked on this
assume
end.
that
Are you talking about your
he's-
phone blocked it?
She should go sit.
I don't have
Her back
any.
is to the jury box.
So maybe we just.
Yes, Wendi Adelson is a murderer. I don't have any settings at all to filter out bad words because we don't care. So I don't know if you got blocked by YouTube or what, but it shouldn't be blocking bad words.
Forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, there's a shot with a shotgun.
Yes.
I haven't
And
heard
it is
that
more
Wendy
than-
song since I was a little kid. I don't even know how I
There's
still
no-
remember it.
Stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a
Oh.
close shot, correct?
Correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away,
Interesting.
More than 3, yes.
more than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit?
Huh.
On the top of the left shoulder,
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there pellets in here
Yes,
in the apex?
yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and maybe demonstrate on Mr.
Yeah, that's interesting about what you're saying, tennis girl. I don't. That's interesting. It could be the TV. You said it was only filtered on the TV, but also it's handy. Like, if I just like wear my guitar as if it's an accessory, like a purse or something, and just like have the guitar, like. It's actually quite handy because I'm always singing. I'm always singing things. And if I have a guitar on me, then I can play the chords with it.
Where that hit, and they're shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his
So
chin
often
was.
the jury, I mean, yes, there are
Yeah,
jurors
this is
here that might be able to
something
see,
that,
but
I believe not necessarily
It's so
have to be
off-putting.
bent, but I do think.
you see Mr. Barber leading in.
Poor Mr. Barber.
The reason being, if this is in a horizontal,
The judge, for those of you
direction,
like the judge should stop
and
it. The judge
then
can't.
goes through
The
his
judge
cheek.
can't stop
Let's say
this. This
he's
is the
just-
defense's
your
choice.
head- I'm
There's
sorry.
no
Head
objection.
up. And
The
let's
def-
say it's just going through here,
The,
and
the judge stopping it
Ooh,
would
Hey, this
cause
perched
a
on the
lot of
jury
problems.
box thing.
The
okay.
prosecution
Woo!
can't really
It's-
object either.
It's
This is
kind of over here.
a
So-
defense choice.
And then it's.
It's an
the
odd
exit wound is
choice.
Back there. So.
But
at
it's a
least we
defense
have
choice.
A little bit of directionality like this. I don't know. If it was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of.
I'm not
disruption.
Yeah, I
surprised
don't
the
care.
jury
Y'all
laughed
can tell
when
you that.
Barber's
I'm-
hair
I'm
got
not
messed
worried
up and
about
she
it.
said sorry.
To a
It's kind
stare
of,
from
I-
damage.
they're dealing with
I think tennis girl. So I have a smart TV. I think that if it filtered it on the TV but not on another device, I would think it was the TV. Like at least on my TV, I have a Vizio and there's like a YouTube app. And I think with the smart TVs, they're like they have their own they have their own shit. They have their own code. Like in other words, they could have their own settings on it. And with the TVs, oh, that's a good question. Well, okay. So first of all, I'm on StreamYard, so it's a little different. And I don't know if I don't know. Okay, let me just see. I didn't see that comment, so it could be I missed it. I don't see it. Was it before you said it was autocorrecting stuff, or was it after that? I don't see it. However, again, this is StreamYard, and I don't pull up YouTube because I'm afraid everything will blow up. So I'm not sure. It was after. Okay. I'm afraid to pull up YouTube on anything because I just don't know. I don't want it to like make the stream weird because I have the StreamYard running. But I'll look afterwards, like when I because you can do the chat replay. I'll look and see if it shows up on YouTube and if it's different. Because I've got 2 iOS devices, and then I have a Windows computer, and I have a smart TV. I'll check on all the devices so we can solve this. Dennis girl, we'll crack this case once and for all. We'll check on all the devices and see if it's certain things. But yeah, I'm wondering if it has something to do with the TV having a certain setting. But yeah, I'll figure that out. I'll test her out.
Stuff that's so
indicates
heavy
to me
that
that
doesn't
he had
surprise,
his, head
nor
somewhat
does it
turned. I don't know
annoy
exactly
me
how
at all.
much,
It's
but
just
that it kind of coursed
that's
the
a
top
kind of
the
light moment
left shoulder
amidst stuff that's
into
really
this
heavy.
left,
So you kind of look for
neck
that
cheek area,
release a little
and then
bit.
exited the back of the head on the top.
I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer, you
okay.
know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral
Sorry,
head.
Haley. So Janie, so Wendi Adelson, there's the channel that we always talk about here, STS, Surviving the Survivor. They have really great, here we go. I have that ready to go. There we are. So the Adelson, so Wendi Adelson is, well, there's no way to quickly summarize this. It's just not possible. I mean, yeah, it's just not possible. Wendy's the worst. Let's just stick with that. She's a murderer.
Which would be
Humeral head, which
to
is
show on Mr. Barber where
yeah,
that
this
is.
is the bone
humerus.
of the humerus. So our humerus is that long
It has a
bone
head.
from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint,
Dude,
and
no,
we can see that.
briefly, Janie and anyone else. I will say this. I've watched a lot of interrogation videos. To me, Wendy's interrogation is the most obviously guilty person. I would say either tied with Alex Murdaugh or maybe even more so. Like, to me, when I watch her, it is more obvious to me that she's guilty than even people that come in and confess. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, to me, it's so clear just listening to her and her story and the way she shot, like literally within 5 minutes. And I've gone back and watched that interrogation many times. And honestly, it just gets worse each time that I watch it. I'm just like, how are other people not seeing what I'm seeing? I can't answer that. But all I know is that, like, when I watch that 5 minutes in, I'm like, this is the guiltiest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. So, and I'm looking at what your comment is there, Abby. Yeah, I mean, so more than one commentator. Oh, so you're saying when there's more than one person, like, so even like, for example, like F&F, like Friday Night Frenzy, like when they bring on like, you know, other guests, or I see what you're saying. I can see how that could be kind of distracting. For me, though, I appreciate hearing them, especially because they get to talk to each other and ask questions. Like, for example, like through the Murdaugh trial, right? That's actually how I discovered STS, was prior to the Murdaugh trial. You know, they would have, like, for example, like Eric Bland on and other people that are really close to this case, and they would get to pick each other's brains, you know, about their thoughts about what was going on. And where else do you get to hear from somebody like Eric Bland, you know, just as an example, for longer than a 10-second talking head, right? Yeah, I mean, I love everything about STS, but I can understand how that, if you don't like more than one commentator, I can see how then that would be a challenge, because STS always has, you know, a guest or more than 1, 2, 3 guests on. But yes, and same with me, Tennis Girl, although I don't have to tell you that. You guys know how I feel about STS. Oh, more than 2, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, like on Fridays, they do the Great Scott, It's Your True Crime Phil, and there's only ever 3 people total. So Joel, and then he has Phil Waters, who's a legendary detective, homicide detective, and then he has Scott Duffy, who's a retired FBI agent. And it's only that is one time where there's only going to be the 3 people. So you might check that out. Also, the Fridays shows are unhinged, and you would love it. There's a lot. They and anything goes. They go off top. We go off topic, and like there's a lot more humor. And I don't know. The Friday shows are the best. And unfortunately, Joel has changed the time, and I've not been able to make them. I've been having to be on rewatch crew for those. It used to be I was always live, like, you know, watching it live in the chat, but I've had to be on rewatch crew. But anyway, Abby, just for you, yeah, no, that, I mean, that's, you know, I understand, I respect, you know, everyone has their own thing. But yes, STS is my favorite YouTube channel on the planet. But that's, everyone has their own, you know, opinion. So.
This is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Will you
Okay, so
stop
what
holding
is
the
this showing?
pictures up, Boot?
There are.
Come on, man.
Significant numbers of pellets also in like the left neck area.
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would
We
be.
have not
Yeah,
learned
so,
anything new
the
yet.
entrance is here, and pellets are basically.
The other
spreading, so
thing,
they're not.
Joel did do the other day, actually, just a one-on-one interview, which was, I mean, yeah, that was unique. You don't see that very often. He did a one-on-one interview with juror 18 from the Lori Vallow trial. Juror 18 is the same juror who also has written a book about the trial, but that book will not be released until after Chad Daybell's trial. But that was one of the first times I've seen him do just a one-on-one interview. Which, I mean, I wouldn't mind if he did more of. I think Joel is a great interviewer. Every time, you know, he always asks questions that I'm like, oh my gosh, that's such a great question that, you know, even people that if they make the rounds and go on different, you know, shows or podcasts or channels, whatever, he always asks a question that no one else has asked, that it's like such a good question. And that just goes to his experience that he's had for so long in the news and stuff. So yeah.
They're included.
Nothing. We've learned
There are
nothing
pellets
new.
in the left side of the neck area over here. And then there's
Yeah, the
also some going
lizards.
to.
So that's Jeff. That's an STS thing. Sometimes there's more STS people in the chat and people would be getting that and responding to that. But that's one of the things I also love about it. We have a lot of inside jokes. And the Jeff with the lizard is one of those from born of the STS Discord is what that is from.
The brain.
Okay, and let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did the new one start?
You know, it's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the x-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay.
A representative
There's
number.
an exhibit that was shown you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered, but that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's
I mean,
actually a lot
just
harder than it looks.
Questions.
You know, here they look
Yeah.
like you know exactly.
I mean, there were dozens of pellets. Yeah. See, this is Pooh, right? He's trying to make it seem like she didn't do her job. Her job is not to recover pellets. Like that. She's a medical examiner. Pete's sake.
Where they are, but you know, you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's
At
very
this
small and there's a lot of
point,
tissue.
I think
So
confusion
I
is the
get a
goal.
handful of them and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
What? No.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large. So they were all I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot.
No, I didn't make that conclusion. There's some kind of shot. I didn't make a
So
determination.
you didn't determine the.
Yeah, that's really of the firearms. I'm the pathologist. It's the.
I'm not a
firearms
firearms
to determine
expert.
What kind of shot it is.
So,
I said
So
shotgun
I think the
pellets,
goal
and
is
that's
confusion.
Sufficient.
if previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the.
I don't know
head was,
why.
Duck shot or some sort of bird shot.
He's going to
you're
keep
not gonna agree
going.
with that.
I really didn't.
She just said that I'm not
it
the
all looked
firearms.
Similar to me.
Okay. Could you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
So they're anywhere between here and here.
I spilled water.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the top.
The back of his head.
The top of his head,
The top of his head.
toward the back.
Towards the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets,
So
and then the
awkward.
exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown out exit wound
And-
of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well,
It had
actually, his
to-
skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of
Shotguns.
the bone.
She said that like 3 times.
Yeah, he's trying to get with the
Take that point,
beveling.
please, using Mr.
But we've covered this, Pooh.
Barber as a mannequin. And show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here,
Yeah, he keeps saying, I'm sorry,
And-
this is so hard. And then he leans right into it being
Into the-
shocking.
left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that's what you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes,
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there. And just turn a little bit this way for me, okay? So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
no, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like,
I like this straight,
right?
and then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward.
I don't know
It's
what he's
going
getting at
straight and
other
then
than to
entering
try to
around
get
there. So
points
we
of
have two
possibility.
distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the
I don't
back
know if any
shoulder,
of this
it looks like
matters.
it's kind of a
We'll see what
and
they
if it was going
argue.
upward, we wouldn't have as much.
We have to
in the neck
wait.
as we do.
We have
So
to wait to
I think
see
it's
what
more like straight
nuggets they pull out
on.
of this.
So that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
well, that's because if his
She's like,
head is,
"Listen,
is
Dick."
like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's
Poor
going to
Mr.
go
Barber.
here and
I
then
know.
out the top of his head.
No, that's
No.
not what she said, Dick.
It absolutely could. The thing about the neck, heads can be twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that.
Would it be more consistent if he could turn your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a
You
defect
see
over
Barber's
here. So how would that
his head
Pull
away.
your head back and keep it
Mhm.
over in that direction. In other words,
It's
adjust him.
so
Back and
awkward.
then over that way.
Yeah.
And then out the
Yes,
top of the
I
head.
think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like
The
that.
one thing he's going to
Okay, now
succeed
that
in
makes
is
sense to me.
desensitizing
So-
the
Right.
jury to how
So the
awful this
shooter
is, which isn't
would
helpful for
be-
the defense, I don't think.
At least 3 feet away from that right there. Right?
Yes,
And would he have it up or would he have it down or? you
it's
think-
hard to say, and that's because the head can tell. We
Can
only
move.
have one area.
Your head
of an
moves,
entrance
Dick.
area that seems to be approximately horizontal. But it's
Dick wants to put the
impossible for me
shooter as
say
far away as
whether
possible.
it's the
I
think that's where he's
entrance
going with
is kind of
this.
below him or at his level.
Yeah, I agree.
Potentially
Chaos
above him.
Demon, that's sick.
To make
Also
sure the
great
shooter
man
is
Moving over.
far
It's hard to know.
back.
And that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight. And they also, the thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, from here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone
To the right side.
to the
Yes,
right
and there
side.
were fractures on the left.
Yep, he's trying to put
So
the
we know
shooter further
it's
away.
going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat
May
back
be
on.
done with you.
Okay,
Yeah, I
go ahead.
agree.
Stand.
They
Chaos
chuckled along
Demon.
with them. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on yet.
Jeannie,
And they
Jeannie, I love your name, but motion for Chaos Demon. I agree with Tennis Girl here.
all chuckled. Did you hear the chuckle? So
Okay, let me
they are
ask you
chuckling
a couple
along with his
preparatory
stick,
questions.
which is why he's going to continue to do it.
I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
Yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes,
This isn't a
Extensive
contact
destruction
wound.
of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
yes,
These are the wounds of which an individual said to have had his head,
Oh my God.
blown his head off,
Oh my God.
right?
yes.
Oh my God.
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head.
What is the
Correct.
question?
Correct.
Does
Thank you,
this,
Creighton.
one pathologist told me, this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists. Is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source. It's not the only, but what are you asking me about?
Does the shot,
He's reading the textbook in for the jury.
are there two factors which contribute
He
this-
just wants to read it into the jury.
the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors? The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding, does.
Why?
I'm saying-
Why
this
are we
question,
here?
so I'm gonna object.
Why does no one
Does the gas
object?
entering the closed chamber
What
of the head
universe are we
expand
in right
rapidly,
now?
adding to the pressure waves,
Ew.
acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. It's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question.
You didn't state a
Would
question, you just read a
gas,
book.
Just a yes or no
Yeah.
would be fine. From 4 feet away,
Ew.
enter the body and be
She didn't
destructive.
say
Yeah.
4 feet.
I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance causes, but whether it's due to a gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this as in the book.
But this is
He's
what you
trying
said,
to
correct?
move the distance.
Correct.
Well, it's a good source, but, I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors.
Because she's
So
saying
I really can't
that
answer that.
book is
And
saying
if he
it's
says that, that's
contact.
fine, but I
She's
don't
saying this is
know.
a
He's talking
contact.
about a contact wound. I can't not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away.
'Cause
But
she's
there
a
is
fucking
frequently
scientist,
destruction
Dick.
of the head.
I understand that there
No,
was
you don't.
massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on, one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a
Creighton
contact.
should object.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data. And I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I.
She's like, I've done 5,000
extrapolate from
autopsies, and
his
I'm not
conclusions
extrapolating from
about
your
a
book.
contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am,
Get it, girl.
and Dr. Riemer, we can walk through this, but
She
these
just
are
walked
based
you through
on-
it twice, Dick. You just don't like what she said. But what
These
she's
are
not going to
based
say.
Not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of
Dick, you are
shotguns
not.
being fired.
You are
Yeah,
not.
Contact shotgun wounds to the head
Ew.
cause
He
massive
is going to argue
destruction,
that
and
this is
a lot of that is
self-inflicted.
from
Or
gas
argue,
buildup.
can it be
Okay.
self-inflicted?
We're on the same page.
What are you trying to do here? Ew.
So, would you come down here for just a second, please? A shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? But if you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the,
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this.
I love that. I'd be delighted to tell you. She's like, I really want you to understand so that you don't have to, this can be done.
Even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on, perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on.
I'll
at
let you
90
explain in a
degree
minute.
angle.
She's like,
So
and I
that's
will.
why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
so tell me, so you're saying this shot, this second hole was made in this direction? Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's
She's
causing
like,
a
you're
lot
not
of destruction,
listening.
and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound, is your explanation?
At a different angle
Right.
along the surface of the skin.
Okay.
In my experience, doing this
You
for a
would
long
think-
time, I do
Okay.
not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Hope you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
Because it's an
To
exit
observe
wound.
marks on the skin.
Very
Yes.
clearly,
And also
an
there
exit
would be
wound.
soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after I.
She's
from
done
the-
over
from the top of the
5,000
skull.
autopsies. He's like, you apparently
My
already decided.
determination, based on my experience,
Whoa.
was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody can disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
No.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that
They're right.
doesn't change the truth.
Get it, Dr. Riemer, get it.
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, And if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determine to be an exit wound.
Where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry, if you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that caused this destruction come from?
From the
Energy.
shotgun wound.
They're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right?
You're arguing.
They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me?
Arguing to the jury.
Just please
I don't
answer-
really
please
know
answer.
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. If you view that wound
His
on
questions are confusing.
his shoulder as the entrance,
His job is to
and I believe you
confuse
have,
everything.
Yes.
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming
Yeah, I totally understand what y'all are saying about being able to pay attention to like the chat and the stream. One thing that I think hopefully it's helpful. I know it's helpful for me, but like hopefully it's helpful for y'all that like that if there's something that I think is especially noteworthy, or I mean sometimes I'm just whatever, I'm just saying whatever, but like one thing that I'm trying to do is whenever there's something that's noteworthy to point out, I usually try to pause it to say something. And at least for me, that would, even subconsciously draw my attention because there's a change in what you're hearing quite obviously, right? From the stream to my, and there's you probably a brief moment of silence. So I don't know if that's helpful for y'all, but I guess all that to say that I'm just happy everybody's here. And, hopefully, if it's helpful, me pausing it to talk, when it's something especially important, we'll make sure that you can, not feel like you're missing, some of the more important points and stuff like that, if that makes sense.
across the top or whatever. It is a
I think
bigger
he
wound
switched tactics.
than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you
Compound.
saying that those were so focused that
This
as
is
they
compound.
went through or across the top? They
Yeah, I
actually
agree, Addie.
contracted?
It's
No.
compound.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the
Okay.
shoulder. So
But
that's the kind of,
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
yes.
Okay. Pardon me. The rest of this until after his examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank
Please
God. We're on redirect.
Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told
She's
any sort of
very
conclusion to come
frustrated
to?
with
Or do you
him.
just look at the evidence in the body
Very
before you and
frustrated
come
with
to
him.
whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing? Or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
With the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container, is that
Yeah,
correct?
most of it.
All right.
yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Riemer. Nothing further.
Oh, thank God. Oh, God, no.
I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime
Which is
cases,
not
or some
unusual.
crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist?
Super planner girl. So we're finishing up with Dr. Riemer here. You missed a little bit. We were talking about Wendi Adelson, and I don't know if you know the song, but Tennis Girl mentioned the song. Everyone knows it's Wendi, and so anyway, we had a little bit of fun with with that. Just because I know you will appreciate that. Oh, and it by the way, it came up because Tennis Girl was talking about throwing something and smashing her TV. So.
You in your opinions concerning certain things on the autopsy.
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body. And if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
Did you have a conversation?
Yeah, Poop seems to not understand the simple idea of what a forensic pathologist is, and he's gets fixated on all these different things, and he was fixated on the beveling, and now he was also fixated on the soot. Of course, neither of those are relevant or happen in this case, and now he's fixated on the fact that she didn't study the crime scene photos, which would make no sense. She's a forensic pathologist, and he just doesn't seem to understand.
With Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf.
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy.
She did not say there was bruising. He keeps trying to introduce it.
Couldn't come to any
Stand your
conclusion.
ground.
And it's very possible that was dirt from a shoe.
She doesn't see
that
bruising.
was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's transport, there's movement into a body bag. But it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy and your report with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with SWED, the chief investigating officer. He show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Yes, it
Objection
is.
sustained.
Okay.
The hand wave to the judge. Okay. It's,
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an
Ew.
opinion, right?
Yes.
that's no question pending.
General Motors.
Ah.
And what are your duties there, General
Great.
Motors?
We didn't miss
I'm a
anything.
senior technical expert, advanced driver assist systems.
And can you do modern GM vehicles under certain conditions,
Lots of
upload
explaining to
information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle. And that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to service.
Thanks
at
for the
General
super
Motors.
chat, Larry. Okay.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Certainly privacy, customer privacy is
You
a
can
big
opt
concern
out?
at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay.
Deborah, we had talked about
and that
that.
sort of
We hadn't
information
gotten
is
to the
kept by
legal
GM in
level
the
of
course of
badgering,
normal
which is
That's correct,
argumentative.
sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention
To why the fuck
March
you
of
didn't
last year.
answer.
Are you aware, at least
Yes.
as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
Yep. And
And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay.
There was cardboard over the screen
and
because of the medical
let's
examiner
fast forward
photos.
to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to the original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that
How?
additional information not previously given before existed.
All right.
How?
And so GM did in fact have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
How?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right.
Why?
And- okay.
How?
And I'm going to show you what's
How?
been
Why?
marked as State's Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD
They're good
with
donuts.
information on it that I reviewed
I have so
on a
many questions
laptop
for this
earlier
guy.
today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. And so those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content
Just
is what we get
providing
there.
the foundation.
But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay. GPS information, including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 515.
Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Refer from state.
By the defense.
Yeah.
Thank
Somebody
you.
ask him fucking why. Get him, Barbara. I got questions.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Don't let us down, man.
Have maybe 1 minute worth of questions.
Seriously, sir, what the fuck?
So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that. Of course, General Motors.
That's fair.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some infotainment
Some FBI folks.
information.
Because you didn't respond to the search
infotainment
warrant.
system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I
A
have
year.
not been involved in those or
Took them a
not aware
year.
of any details of that, no, sir.
Took them a year.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question.
Seriously,
The
WTF.
timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps on
haven't
these
even
things
looked at it?
here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down.
Great.
We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
I have no idea who this witness is.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr.
Roger Dale Davis Jr.
Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
Just don't call me Dick.
It don't matter.
Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton.
He probably went to
Went to
Wade
Wade
Hampton High School.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes,
Is that close to where you actually live?
mile and a half.
How did you become
I like
familiar
him.
with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle
I
property?
like that
How'd you start
just
working
he's
there?
answering
I
just
was walking
exactly.
and Alex would
What
stop
he's
and talk
asked.
with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends,
And that started about 4 years ago.
about 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What'd you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
What time in the morning?
So took care of the
Generally?
dogs.
Average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
How long does the process typically take you?
about 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would
I
take,
think he's
go
smiling.
feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And what did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog box.
This goes to the crime scene that they weren't cleaning out the kennels
Yeah.
because the beds were on the floor.
Did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes,
Did you get to know the folks that lived there pretty well?
yes,
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit down and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm
Because of
leaving.
course.
Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at,
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
all the time.
All right, what was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm.
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever, and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there,
Do you explain what he's wearing?
wearing a suit, pair of glasses.
What were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If they looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking
I'll talk to that.
stuff in the water, he
Break.
wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dump them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No,
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
he would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck. Bear,
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
Dolly?
his white F-150.
What was the name of that truck?
Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250, but most time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
Sydney, I
It was
didn't know
also
that.
white.
The two white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
This is not the groundskeeper.
And then
This
what would you drive after
Is
Most
the
times
gentleman
she
who
would drive
took
the
care
black
of the
Mercedes.
dogs.
that? And
So not CB
would she
Rowe.
load her dogs, the house?
This is Roger Dale Davis.
Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting
Cash.
his name right on. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Tappy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned
Tappy
by one
Toes.
of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes,
What type of dog was it?
a lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie,
And what kind of dogs were they?
labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they typically, where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at
Bubba
night.
slander.
And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the.
Would you call
kennels to
him
keep 'em from moving
hard-headed,
off.
sir? Because poor Bubba.
But Miss Maggie would take him out during,
Yeah, I agree. Armadillo is such a cute name for a dog.
when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take him up to the house, let him roam around the house, the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring him back down to the pens.
And if would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
Tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what
Okay, this is really, really important testimony. Like I was saying in the chat, I think that of all the lay witnesses, this dude and Blanca, I would say, are the most important testimony potentially of the entire trial. I mean, maybe even this dude would take first place because this really speaks to the events at the actual time of the murders and what was going on.
I'll come back to that when we have a break.
Oh, the particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room. I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room.
There's the hose.
I
You
would
can
cut
see it.
the
Um,
valve off at the top.
You can see the hose there in that picture where I have it paused. Bright yellowish green. You can see the hose there he's referring to.
Which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly
So this
until I
is
had it
how
uniform.
Were you pretty
he
particular about
took
how you
care of the
wound that
kennels.
hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
because it would fuck up the hose.
The
Yes,
picture
the
that
hose
you're
is
seeing
not
there, that
how
hose, is
he
that
left it.
The way you would wind it up?
Nope.
He's like, this is a mess and I hate it.
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose.
There's pressure on the hose.
Somebody used that hose after I did
There you go.
because it
Somebody used that hose after I did.
is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Somebody used the hose after I did.
Again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The
Yes.
drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up.
I
Did you
love
work
how much
the
attention to
were you
detail he
aware
paid
of
in the work that
events
he did.
surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I
Yes.
received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They bark no more.
This is a
So
great
you were
witness.
familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
This
Is that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
contradicts the
When the murders happened, yes.
the way
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
this
And did
contradicts
you do
the
that normal
argument
routine
about
which you
cleaning the
already
kennels.
described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or yes.
Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. But most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
It's an order.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No. I got there before 4 o'clock. But I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the?
So just to put this into context, he left Moselle at 4:30. This is the day of the murders, right? So this is only 4 hours and some change before they were murdered, Maggie and Paul. And at 4:30, I don't think anybody else was at Moselle at that time. I think Blanca had already left and Alex was still at work and Maggie and Paul weren't there yet at Moselle.
Dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out.
This goes against what
Stretched
the
the
defense
hose
is
out,
arguing.
cut the water at the valve off at the
Hi,
top.
fire system. I'm glad you
Went
made
down there,
it.
cut the water
Woohoo!
on, the valve on down at the end of the hose so the water would come out, roll the hose up, and at 4:30 I left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
I think they're going to argue that Alec
Remember how
hosed
the dogs
himself
were
off
laid out
with the
in
hose at the kennels
that day when
because
you
the hose is
left?
put back wrong.
When I left, yes, sir.
And I have to
It's the
say
detail people don't know. Alec wouldn't
that 100%. Like I think that's what it was. I think that's rather than at the house. I think that's what happened.
know.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, state's exhibit
I don't think Alec would know
516.
how much
Beginning
care and
with,
attention Dale
first of
had
all,
given
on
to the
far right, what's
hose
that door
so that the
signifying?
hose didn't get
Storage room, feed
damaged
room.
and gross.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room.
He stretched it out so the water.
So he's going to be labeling these kennels. So I was going to say too, if you remember from last episode, we were listening to the 911 call and where Alex says here and trying to figure out what did he mean by that. was he talking to Bubba? But wouldn't he have already put Bubba away? We're going to talk more about that. I actually have, in going back and watching this testimony, I actually have a different theory on the order of things that happened with the dogs based on that 911 call, but we'll get to that in a sec.
What dog was in there when you
wrapped it
left
specifically
that day
so
at
it wouldn't
4
damage.
o'clock or
Alec wouldn't
before
know
5
that.
o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there.
So it's very good details and something that, whether it's Alec or someone else, that they wouldn't have known. But you hear the hose running in the Snapchat,
Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What
but
dog
the
was in
kennels
kennel
were
2?
hosed down
Bubble.
already.
Grady is the black lab,
Oh, I wonder if the
Bubba's
dogs
a
are in a
what?
different
yellow
order.
lab.
Another thing too, like I was saying before, for those of you who are just now joining, or missed this earlier, I was saying how I think that the water had pooled, and we'll hear his testimony here in a minute about how the water would work on the concrete, but that Alex slipped on the water that had pooled right there at the doorway to the feed room. I think the other thing is like she was saying, we hear the water in the video, in the Snapchat video. I actually think that, so we know the hose was running. I think the hose was still running as well when the murders happened. I think the hose was still running when the murders happened. There was water. Alex slipped in the water, and that was how he ended up shooting Paul that second shot that, he fell on his knees or whatever. And then subsequently used the hose to hose himself off. And then after that, turned the hose off. And the other reason that I think that is, they talked about it. I can't remember which witness it was. Or maybe it's actually with this witness. They comment on how much water there is in the crime scene photos, even though this was, when they took them, it was however long, a couple hours after the murders, right? And how there was still so much water, and where the water is pooled. To me, that was indicative of the fact that hose was running for longer than it maybe would have just taken to fill up the water bowls, right? That the hose was left running, I think, again, while the murders were happening, and then Alex hoses himself off. And so that's why you have so much water collected.
And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubble.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
I wonder if the dogs are back in the wrong order. So,
Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should be an open.
But
The
where
next
was
one down
Cash?
should have been
Thank you, Jeannie.
Roden's dog.
Okay. Can
Rogan's
you write that
dog.
in
There
there?
it
Just
is.
write chocolate lab.
so I wonder if the dogs are put back in the wrong way.
I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6?
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that.
So with all of this, I wonder if the dogs are put back in the wrong spot.
Oh.
Because again, Alec
Then
didn't
let's
do
see.
stuff with the dogs.
Armadillo
Maggie
should have
messed
been
with
the
the
next
dogs.
one coming back from Ken. Let's see.
And we're going to see this.
FL9.
He's filling it out. We'll see this in a second.
And so
It should've
Maggie
been-
messing with the
Hold on.
dogs is not something
Yeah.
Alec thought was
Armadillo
important.
should have been
So
right
the
past the hose right
details,
there.
the details are interesting.
And then
So I want to
then
see
it
if the
would be
dogs are in the right
Tappy
spot or
Toes.
not.
It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Roden's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them.
Number 1, Grady. Then
There it is.
Bubba, Maggie.
Here it
and
is.
5 is Rogan. 6 is Tappy Toes. 7 is Armadillo. And 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm just pausing that real quick so we can look at it. And there's the hose. So you can see he labeled that down at the bottom there. That's the order they should have been in.
That's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
The thing is,
And
Alec
on-
wasn't
for
paying
our
attention
reference,
to what was
on
being
this
taken care of
diagram,
at his
that
home
green
for him.
circle, that represents what?
The hose.
Where are we looking at from?
I
at
love
this
that,
angle, where are
super
we
planner
looking
girl.
at
Thank
this?
you. I love that.
Exhibits are
You
so
look
helpful.
I'm
straight
honored.
down the
The full screen is
kennel.
so helpful.
For those of you who don't know, Super Planner Girl has a really cool hobby. She's very into, and you can elaborate on this in the chat, but very into like pens and writing out stuff in a planner in a very aesthetically pleasing way that is very very artistic. And I've seen pictures. She's put pictures in the Discord for STS, and maybe if y'all are interested, maybe she'll put a picture in the Law School Discord so we can see. But she does these really cool planners, and so that's why that's especially awesome. Thank you for that.
Where you got the hose and
Long crime. This looks great.
the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end, on the right hand of this picture.
When you in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels,
This is very
did
helpful
water collect or pool in certain
orientation.
areas?
Okay,
It
here we
did.
go.
All right.
Listen, guys.
Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Okay. Yes.
Right under the hose, and
Listen.
right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
He said
Dale, do you
should
see
have
those
been.
pools of collected water that you
Okay.
mentioned just
He said
on the last exhibit?
should have been.
Yes.
I want to know if the dogs are in the right
And
spot or not.
also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Niall.
If he's saying if he was hosing down the kennels, he would put the dog beds up on the
All right. Did water ever pool
Okay.
over by the feed
dog
room?
houses.
All right. This is key. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat.
See?
It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick.
That makes
in the
sense.
wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete.
He knows this
Around-
property well.
3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool?
So what he's saying is that the water wouldn't pool there when he used the hose because of the fact that he was there during the day. And so the sun would have dried it up. But what this is getting to is if that hose was used, in the evening, right, by somebody else, not him, obviously, then the water would have pooled there and it wouldn't have dried.
On the front of
So it
where
would
Bubba would have been
dry.
located, or Grady.
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503.
For everyone in the chat, I agree. Y'all are like,
Dale, are
I
you
love
able
how
to see the
detailed he
water
is.
located
He
in
knew
the
what he
feed
did
room
every
in
day.
front
Okay,
of
look. This is it. All the water in front of the feed room. And you can even see the blood right there. And all the water. And there's a lot of it. A lot of water.
Kennels 1 and 2.
And he clearly liked what he did every day.
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Oh,
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell where the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around.
And again, this picture was taken several hours after the murders, right? Because we know that they happened at, 8:49, I think. And then, the 911 call wasn't even made until 10:07. And I don't remember what time law enforcement showed up, but I know it took them a while to get out there. I mean, this would have been 11 o'clock, midnight, maybe, when they would have been taking these pictures. You can see Bubba right there as well. But the fact that there's that much water still, right? This is what I'm saying about how I think that hose was still running, and then he used the hose to hose himself off. And probably the last thing he did before he left to go to Alameda was he put that hose up incorrectly.
someone
The
wasn't
second,
cleaning the
third
kennels.
Looking at this picture,
The
what
puppies
dog
make me
do we
sad.
see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab,
What color is he?
black.
Black.
Dogs are in the
Is
wrong
that
spots.
And when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but Most of the time, Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the parlor.
Somebody done put the dogs back in wrong.
Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location, or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Maggie didn't put the dogs away.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style.
JJ, that's
300
correct. Maggie
blackout.
did not put these dogs back away. Someone else put the dogs
What
away.
color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
It's waiting.
Yes. Doing turkey season.
Where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it'd be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be
Answer that later.
once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting
But yeah,
season.
Alec didn't do the things at his house.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video?
A
in
lot of
meeting
people
with
worked at
law
Moselle.
enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
Maggie might have been filling up their
You were
water
in the feed
bowls.
room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. You mentioned the vehicles.
I like this witness a lot.
Were the
He's
vehicles
just
unlocked?
answering
Vehicles
what
on
is
the farm?
being asked.
All
He's
the
not
vehicles on the
offering
farm,
more.
keys in them.
He's just
Keys in them,
just
so
saw what he saw.
someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh, yeah. If they went in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Joanna, if Alec
yes,
carried
they
a
on
pistol
top
in
of
his
the
vehicle,
dog
why did
kennel.
he need to go get a
Put
gun?
down.
Hadn't been put down.
Because that shotgun had more GSR on it.
Thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
New.
How long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, and I'm gonna pull up this video, exhibit 297, it's the kennel video. Now, let's stop right there.
I love this guy
Is
too.
that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash would be in kennel number 5, is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this, continue, and I'm get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug.
I think Doug is getting more Southern as this cross-examination proceeds. The accent has gotten thicker. I don't know why the sound's off. Where's the sound? I just don't hear any sound.
All right, stop. Oh, go back. Few
There's a
seconds.
bucket of water. See the bucket
I
of water
can't
right
keep
Right
there?
track of
there.
how many mascots the Vols
What do you see up
have.
there in the top left?
Between Davy
on that
Crockett
picture?
and the
Dale?
dog, and I'm
Hose.
trying.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Top of the video.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously
That's a good cross-examination.
wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down.
It's a good
I mean-
Now, you said
question.
Mr. Alex was particular about.
So I don't know. I guess Jim's doing his best. Like, in other words, he's trying to say, well, the hose was taken down not to hose off blood or whatever, but the hose was taken down from where he had it wrapped up so they could use it with the dogs, as we see in the video. Okay, yeah, but that's not in dispute. I mean, we know that we hear the hose running, and they had the sound turned off, but we know that we hear the water running. We know they were using the hose. That doesn't negate the fact that he could have, and in my opinion did, use the hose after that video, right, to hose himself off. So anyway.
About how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He'd like it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I
wasn't
was very
particular.
particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Good
Yeah.
answer, Dale.
How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right.
And again, the other thing, the fact that the hose is still down on the ground and looks like it still has water running, like they said, there's a lot of water there in that Snapchat video. Again, that supports the theory that I'm thinking of, which is that hose was still running when they were murdered, because that Snapchat video was minutes before they were killed. So that it looks like the hose is still on in that Snapchat video. So yeah.
It's a really
Now,
good cross-examination because it's getting back to
You-
those
you
two
mentioned that,
options. Well, Paul could have done it. He's not.
Water would
particular.
not normally accumulate up by
Paul,
Grady
Maggie.
and
And Bubba.
Bubba's because that's where the sun would
Usually
come in the
beats them.
evening.
We
Right.
washed it, because if you didn't be very particular,
Right.
they didn't seal up underneath that door. So the inside, the jams started to rot.
Tennis girl, can you be more specific? Are you saying you're not sure what Jim's point is? Or what do you mean?
So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose.
Right. So that's exactly my point. I think the water was left running. The reason Jim brought that up, I think, is because he's trying to say that he's trying to get to the purpose the hose was being used, being that it was being used for the dogs. But I think I understand your confusion, which was my point, which is that the hose being used for the dogs doesn't mean that Alex then didn't use it after. So it's not really a good argument on Jim's part, if that makes sense.
Usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Neil
Now,
just said if it was
and
random,
you were
why did they wrap the hose back
Meticulous
up?
about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there where
It
the
would
cement.
splash.
It would run and drain off.
So here's the
No, we would.
significance of this.
Can we agree that Paul?
Here's the significance of this. Okay. So again, typically, as Roger Dale Davis Jr. was, he would, the normal use of the hose when you're, washing out the pens or doing their water, whatever, where the water would go is what he's saying, that water would not, this is all really important. Water wouldn't pool typically by that feed room door because A, the sun would hit it during the day and dry it off, and B, it would take a lot of water to get there. What he's saying is the water would normally splash, but it wouldn't collect in a puddle. So you see, Jim's trying to argue that there was something normal about it, that water would normally do that. He's not buying, he's saying no, the water wouldn't normally collect there. And that's the point of that, is that's why it's fishy in those pictures of the crime scene, again, hours after the murders, that there is so much water still collected in a puddle right at that feed room door. And again, that all is so important because it goes to the fact that maybe Alex slipped in the water, and that's how he got to his knees when he made that second shot to Paul, who was standing right where that water is collecting is where all that happened. And then B speaks to the fact that the hose was used in a different manner than usual, perhaps to hose himself off.
I was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels.
Nope.
We can or cannot agree.
We can agree to that.
All right. And
Jim,
so,
if you ask a bad question, you get a bad answer.
And we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would it?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl,
They would.
and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay.
Alternate explanations. That's the point of this cross-examination.
And they like to chase chicken, Bubba the one.
They never would chase chickens
This is great.
until Alex had got a rooster that would
Yes.
roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker, you got there with taunting them jokers. And
The
they got
rooster was
where they
taunting
would-
the
got
dogs?
where they would chase the chickens.
Because the
That
rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the
I love
dogs
this
to
so
death.
much.
All right.
The rooster would fuck with the dogs, and the dogs started chasing the chickens. So they never dealt with, the dogs never chased the chickens until the rooster started fucking with the dogs.
I love it.
Oh, it's very farm. And I'm sure that it's very, very relatable to the jury as well. This is a local
That's all the
jury.
questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bull got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
Closing the loop. Love it.
Thanks for closing the
Did
loop,
Alex do a lot of
Counselor.
hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
So he wouldn't shoot a dog,
Involves, killing animals.
but
He
he would
did.
go and shoot.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So the water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you
Right.
mentioned and
Again,
talked at length.
What's the point of that? It speaks to the fact that there would, in the whole point, there must have been an excessive and prolonged use of this hose for there to be that much water. And that's exactly what I was saying. All of it speaks to that the fact that there was so much water at that crime scene is significant.
About the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the whiting road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they
Super planner girl, we haven't heard him for this question here about Pawpaw and Matt. So we don't hear that until Alex takes the stand. There will be a counter. But that's the first time we ever hear those names. There will be a counter for that added once he takes the stand, because right now we don't have it. And yes, exactly. Tennis girl, exactly. He used so much. And again, I also think that hose was still running until he left for Alameda. The hose was running when they during the Snapchat video. It was being used. I think it was still running when he did the murders, and then he used it to wash himself off. And I mean, I guess it's even, is it possible maybe he didn't even maybe he left the hose running when he went to Almeda. I haven't even thought of that until now. That's possible too. Maybe he didn't even bother to turn it off. Maybe he got out of there to try to make his alibi, right? And to make it seem like he, got to Almeda so quickly. That's possible. Maybe he left the hose running and maybe he turned it off when he came back. Also possible.
Done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been,
I
Exactly.
didn't know
and
that
it would allow water
animals
when
could
you
flare
spray
up
the
eczema.
concrete off.
I had
That
no idea.
water kept this.
And not only that, but he also had such a tight timeline, right? Because the amount of time he would have had to leave the kennels and get to Almeda, I don't remember exactly what it is, and we'll get there when they do the timeline, but it was not much, right? And so and that was part of the whole thing. So for his alibi, so I agree, he 100% he could have just gotten flustered and forgot, or maybe he's like trying to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible, and then saying, I'll do some of this stuff when I get back. And actually, I just remembered something I meant to do. At the end of Jim's cross, there's a little clip that I had forgotten to include in this video, but it's important, so I made a separate thing with it. Let me show that real quick. It was at the end of Jim's cross, and I just I didn't have it in this. I had accidentally clipped it out of this video, but it's important. I'm going to go ahead and play this right now real quick while I'm thinking about it.
Been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But if would he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alex?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shock collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shock collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There was medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in it.
And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this part coming right up is going to be relevant when we hear from Maggie's sister later in the video.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run behind.
She would. Sometimes she'd just get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
Most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not?
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had an electric fence?
They did.
And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what was the point of this? Several things. So the collars, and so he did say there were GPS collars. And I don't know, the shock collar, that might just be what they were calling it. I don't really know. He says the electric fence, so I would assume it's the type of collar so that, so they don't run off into the wilderness, right? There's that. The other big thing was that this, lovely gentleman who worked at Moselle for years, was there every day, said the dogs were mostly at the kennels. So, and if they were at the house, they didn't go inside because of Buster's eczema, but most of the time they were at the kennels. That's what he said. That will come up when we hear from Maggie's sister. And then the third thing is the fact that there was an electric fence. Now, why am I bringing all this up? Okay, because from the 911 call when Alex says here, we were talking about this last time, and I was saying, and I didn't have an answer for it. I was saying, well, he must have been talking to the dogs, but like, it doesn't make sense that he would have Like I think everyone's sort of thinking that he put the dogs up in the wrong order before he left for Alameda, right? And you guys are probably thinking the same thing. That's what I thought. I've since reevaluated as I was making this video, examining that 911 call where he says here. And that's why I went back and did a clip of this, because things weren't adding up. However, if it's possible that Bubba or the other dogs were wearing their collars, they have the electric fence, it's possible that they were still out of their pens, okay, when he left for Alameda, and he left them out knowing they wouldn't run off in the wilderness. And if they had the GPS collar things, he would know where they were. And this might maybe go along with the hose, right? If we think along the lines of, okay, he committed the murders, the hose was still running, the dogs were out. Okay. We know that much. Ostensibly, he already got the chicken from Bubba, but let's say the dogs are still out. The water's running. He does the murders. If he's really trying to get this alibi going, what he needs to do is, as quickly as possible, he needs to get somewhere else as close in time to when those murders happen, right? If we think it through logically. So perhaps what happens is he washes himself off and doesn't take the time to put up the hose, doesn't take the time to put the dogs up, because he needs to get back to the main house, get his phone, and put himself somewhere else as soon as possible. The longer he stays at that murder scene. So in other words, it would benefit him to do those things later on, like when he gets back, because at that point it's been a couple hours, right? Does this make sense? So he's trying to change that timeline hopefully this is making sense. So I'm wondering if he left that hose running, left the dogs out, again, not wanting to take any time at that moment, and got the hell out of there, went to Alameda, comes back. And when he comes back and he's on the phone with 911, he's fumbling with the hose, puts the hose up wrong, and is putting the dogs away. And that's when you hear him say, here. And so none of that made any, I couldn't work it out until I heard this part about the collars with the GPS and the electric fence. Without that, this stuff didn't add up to me, because it was like, well, he couldn't have just left the dogs out. They would have ran away, right? But now with that in mind, it makes sense. He could have left those dogs out and put them up. And then that's what we hear in the 911 call. So, and I don't know that anyone else I haven't heard anyone else say that. I think we do hear more testimony at some point about the shot collars or in the electric fence. I don't remember. It maybe from Kenny Kinsey. But what I would want to know, and I don't know that we hear this, and I don't know that anyone would have the answers. What I would want to know is which dogs were wearing their GPS trackers at that time, right? Because that could solidify this. We'll never. I mean, I think we'll never know. But that would have been something I would have wanted to find out. The only thing that I'm left still with is, when did Alex? I mean, I think I can answer this question actually myself. Like with the chicken, right? When he puts the chicken up, because we know the chicken is found up on some sort of shelf. I'm thinking that happened before the murders, and then Bubba was still out running around. That's what I'm thinking happened. Because when he says, "Come here, Bubba," I think what's happening is when he says, "Come here, Bubba," in the Snapchat video, he's getting that chicken. He's putting the chicken up, but he's not putting the dogs up. The dogs are still out. And then everything else happens like what I was saying. So I'm glad that that's making sense to y'all. I think that in my mind, I'm picturing the order of these events very differently than maybe I was, because it's different picturing him leaving without having done those things, right? Because again, he's trying to get the hell out of there. And then, he gets on that 911 call, and now he's doing tending to all that stuff. So, what's your comment here? So regardless of who was wearing the collars, there's no reason to believe Alec would know which information. I mean, he would know that they had an electric fence installed, right? And that, like, my thought is he would know that he could leave the dogs out, and go to Almeida and come back and find them and put them away. That's, I guess, hopefully that answers your question. All right, so now we'll go back to the original video here.
And slowly getting underneath
Thanks,
the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
Get up
We're
to the
out there
bed.
at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle. Were there any firearms anywhere on that property
That night, that particular day,
that particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
There you go.
Nothing further.
Love
Thanks,
this
sir.
witness.
Next witness.
All right, the state calls
Okay.
Marian Proctor.
Maggie's.
I think this is Maggie's sister.
You were affirming testimony given today to the truth, the
Wow.
whole truth, and nothing
And
but the
there
truth,
is,
so help
look
you
who
God.
it is. There's Rhonda McElvey. We can appreciate so many things more now because we heard her testify at the hearing with Miss Becky, and she was hilarious and said that thing about counting with her fingers. But there she, and we knew this. So she had, what happened was Miss Becky had COVID at the time. So that's why she had to step in.
All right, you put this one, sit right up here.
Maggie's
Phone number for the record, spell your
sister.
last name.
I'm Marian Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor. Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
A bit about yourself, just where you grew up.
She's not
and
drinking
just a little bit
Dasani.
about yourself.
Did
so
you
they
go to
get know
Wade
you
Hampton
just a
High
bit.
School?
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my
North
only
Carolina.
sibling, with two
It
parents.
was
And
heartbreaking.
we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area,
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her to somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world.
Every witness has said that.
She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's
Oh, I
girl.
wonder if they're gonna get
but
to her not hunting.
She made the best of having 2 boys.
wonder if
She
they're gonna
was
get to her
right in
not
there
being a
fishing,
hunter.
hunting.
Oh,
She didn't grow
no.
up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise turning the pages. And then, fishing. She loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but
She
she
would
just
get in the deer
wanted to
stand
do
with
what
a
they were
Southern Living
doing. She wanted to
magazine,
spend time with them.
and she was flipping the pages
What
too
about
loud.
the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
I'll still manage to get along.
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson, Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Did she say we would have a big time? I love that phrase.
Being and in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? At a stowe? Or?
She loved the beach. Yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
This is
And
where the
your general recollection
misrepresented,
that happened around February of 2019?
misrepresented to the
Correct.
by the media comes in.
After the boat crash, did the family and particularly Maggie feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative
and
reaction? that bothered her?
speculative.
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names, social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period,
Janie, just to answer your question here, I don't have a sports ball team. So that's Nightbot is celebrating. So it's on the ticker there. You can see I've got a counter for USC/Gamecocks. That's whenever somebody mentions University of South Carolina or Gamecocks. Gamecocks is the mascot for University of South Carolina. We hear about it a lot in the trial, and it's hilarious because everyone went to USC and they all went to the Gamecocks games. And there's that one part, where is it? It's with Chris Wilson on cross-examination with Jim Griffin. They say Gamecocks like a million times. So this is just because what happened was Creighton asked her where Maggie went to college, and she said University of South Carolina. And then her sister was talking about how they would go to the games with University of South Carolina, with Clemson, and because Maggie was a big Gamecocks fan. So that was Nightbot celebrating that we went up on the ticker for that particular category.
did
law number
Maggie
is
start
horrible.
looking for a house somewhere else?
She did.
This is important.
They sold their Hampton house.
Does she know why?
She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the boat case going on?
Well, there is some of the money stuff.
So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me.
Maggie clearly wanted to leave
that
Hampton
day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And
This is
Alec
what I
really
wanted to
wanted her
hear.
to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
Oh, poor thing.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night.
Yes.
What was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
Together.
That was from your conversation with her.
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
This is for state of mind. And I think that's why the defense is not objecting, because then Creighton would soliloquy about it.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes. Just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
If they were supposed to go see his parents, why not drive by the kennels if she doesn't answer the call?
Tell me how you found out.
John,
real
I didn't
close.
even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie, and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy saying that there had been a tragedy and could Bart please call him on his cell phone. He had called on Alex's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on and told him that
It seems like Alec didn't
Maggie
call
and Paul
them.
had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alec, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not.
Oh.
Now, I don't know that I think
Oh.
that's true.
Oh. Oh.
And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Bombshell.
Thought about it for a really long time.
What?
Did that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
What? Creighton's pacing here is very good.
Were you ever privy or having
Letting that
discussion
sink
with
in.
anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner
That's
with Maggie
all kinds
and
of
Paul, and
hearsay.
then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
After your conversation with Maggie,
I don't give a fuck about his nap
your
anymore.
last conversation with her,
Wow.
did it strike
Wow.
you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
That was her point.
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mm-hmm.
Days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
Bingo.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. Did he ever act scared or afraid that the
I wish
real,
you would have asked,
the
are you
real killers
still?
were out there somewhere or anything like that? Or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them.
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions. the defense may
She
have.
asked Alec who did this because she wanted to find
Mr.
the
Griffin.
murderer. And Alex said, I don't know, but whoever did this has been thinking about it a really long time. And then he said, I just want to clear Paul's name. And she's like, I want to find who murdered my sister.
I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
You're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
She was
I'm not
surprised,
critical
Jim.
about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
Or it's not because he knew.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it.
Oh, Jim.
It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we didn't.
It's
we were
better
mostly
testimony
afraid for
when Jim
Alec and
Melissa
Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings.
Did-
She's going to keep
We
going.
thought
Go.
it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
And then what changed? Oh, he's not going to ask about
Things
that.
started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a
The
gun?
prosecution should follow up on that.
You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
There, the door is flung. Creighton, you did it, Jim. No Bubba
Bubba
slander.
could be a little hard-headed, we've heard.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes.
Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to
Come
the
here,
kennels,
Bubba.
as far as you know, to play with the dogs.
She did.
Right. And in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what do you believe Alec's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect. But Maggie was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor.
Read that right.
You testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Yep.
Correct.
Don't lead.
And that
Just
changed for
ask.
you as you started to look at the motive. Is that
Don't
correct? That's what you
lead, just
testified,
ask.
correct?
Correct.
An objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Oh, no, it didn't.
Objections overruled.
Oh, no, it didn't.
We were on our way to a football game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled on.
You asked the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Your Honor, she was about to
You don't know.
testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole.
Couple things. First of all, if you see it flashing, that's one of the cameras. And actually, Emily comments on it a ton during this, but I just cut it out. But that flashing was something going on with the court camera, if you see that. Also, we're getting ready for the little surprise that I have. And also, they said side of the road again. So let me update that ticker. And yes, okay.
New avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on
By the
cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which he testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alex Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case.
And feeling
she
safe.
explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September.
We thought it was
what I
about
was
the boat
exploring,
case
what
till
happened in September,
when
which
things
has
started
been
to change.
testimony before this jury. And I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
Yes,
What was the question? That was my
what
question.
was the question?
to Mr.
Creighton
Waters,
doesn't
and
remember
he's
what the question
explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
They don't remember.
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned
Just read
about
it back.
finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So
She said they thought it was about the boat case.
I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't
They can ask
trying
for
to find out who
readback.
did this.
They're not. They can ask for readback. They're not. I don't know why.
Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but
There's
what I
someone in
do,
the court who does.
Court reporters, if
Thank you, Your
we'll
Honor.
have
Thank you, Your Honor. Read it back.
Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his
It's like
questioning
they've never been in a
of
trial
Ms.
before.
Proctor.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
Need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, listen.
I like this judge.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about.
So to answer this question, Tennis Girl, so the part of that continues on the next episode. What we're gonna learn here when he rules is gonna answer that question. So I'm gonna hold off on answering that because Judge Newman's gonna rule on it, and then if it's unclear, I'll go further. And also I'm preparing for the little surprise here with the live music. So.
Finding the person who could have done it.
It's powerful testimony. It is. It's
It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in
this?
direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point before.
So what changed in September?
Yes. What changed in
What she
September?
meant by that. Yes, sir. What she meant by that.
That's the question.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart. And Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
Oh, that's why Jim knew to object.
All right,
He
thank you.
told her.
Yes, sir.
Woo!
Again, that's her explanation.
I didn't see Jim
and
Griffin said.
I believe that's fair game in this
Holy
particular
shit.
instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination.
Jim.
And
Jim.
I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out. In fairness, to the other side and in court that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was going
into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship.
Get into character.
And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns.
Yes.
And
You're
also
allowed to ask.
the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant.
They opened the door for character, Jim.
Those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
Wait, Maggie had talked to her sister about opioids and infidelity? Creighton, you're holding out on us.
I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that certainly, I mean, that opens a Pandora's box of 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact?
It's not motive.
And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he
was carrying a gun.
Continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person.
He asked other witnesses.
And her response is, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything
She was the
about
one who
that
was afraid.
and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, what the truth of what occurred,
Came in like a wrecking
she's
ball.
not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern
And then you called her.
in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know.
You called her.
Did you still have a reason for concern? Or you, about Alex's safety, or was it changed? Was it altered?
The judge wants to take over this trial. He's so tired of these
That
attorneys.
day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family.
Until we learned Alec hired
We
someone to
felt
shoot
like
him.
someone was
So-
after them, but then we started finding
Tell
out
us.
about other things that had been going on
Like?
in Alex's life. And
And this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin.
this is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you
There you
that
go,
he'd been
Abby.
fired and that he'd been caught
Yeah.
stealing money.
Correct.
that's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
So Abby, I'm gonna rewind that a second. They just answered the question.
Does that put you in? You had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and
Mr.
he's the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely.
So it sounds like the conversation that they had was, so they heard from someone else that he'd been shot, but it sounds like they talked to Jim right after, and Jim told her about how Alex had been stealing money and was fired from the law firm. That's what it sounded like.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You gonna be a witness as well?
Yep.
Well, that's a hearsay statement,
Yes, Your Honor.
without a doubt. It's classic hearsay.
It's the basis for her fear or not having
On the
fear, which is
listener.
something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear. That's something that you were probing.
Yep.
aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse?
Jim also elicited this with
concerns?
other witnesses.
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What?
And that Maggie got angry about it.
That's too far removed.
Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
And then
Creighton.
then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is
If it's a 15-year conversation,
yeah,
then that's
I'm not
dumb.
sure what
That's too far
information
afield.
she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had
Well,
one
ask her.
earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab
Yep, you did.
That they introduced. Yes, sir.
That you introduced.
that you published.
You
It's
published.
already in evidence, Your Honor.
It wasn't.
All right.
Over objection. So,
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with
my God.
the first,
Step down for a break. Don't discuss your case.
Let-
You're fine?
Let's let them argue.
Okay, good. All right.
Oh, she wants. She doesn't
with
want
the
to walk
issue of
through
the first
Lions
matter,
Den.
I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence that's been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
That's too
Well,
far
I
in
think that
time.
my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until?
And she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No? What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up
As recently as when?
a year ago. She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
She's still pissed.
All right. Yes.
She's still pissed.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
She's still pissed.
frame when this happened.
She's
I
still
understand.
pissed,
15
Jim.
years ago or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure.
All right.
He's
A very
still
long time ago.
apologizing for it because Maggie is
I
still
think,
pissed
again, I'm not
about it.
trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the
That's
issues
what
that
she
have been
said.
squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this
'Cause
some
everything's
testimony in
perfect,
this
Jim.
regard that that everything was not perfect as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on
And
that
nobody
particular issue,
knows what
I
happens
only propose a
behind
limited
closed doors
question that
except for the sister.
had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continue to bother her, and that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right.
Because
Anything else?
It's
Everything's
2007 is our understanding.
not
2007, 15
perfect.
years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established. Give me something new
Well, so,
Give me
other than
something.
repeating 15 years ago.
give me something.
not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this, whether it still bothered her. I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
Yep. You said perfect marriage
That's
a
why your
million
questions
times.
have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes.
Okay, so I'll say real quick because to answer parts of these questions. So he's about to explain his ruling on this. So here's part of the difficulty with the side of the road is that there's there's a lot of other things, just like with everything else in this case, it opens the door to a lot of other stuff, right? The side of the road there's a lot of elements to it, right? There's like the drugs, the opioids, there's the fact that there was a shooting. There's the whole Cousin Eddie thing. Cousin Eddie's a whole other situation. So because of that, I think Judge Newman is kind of parsing out that at this juncture, it could be that parts, and again, this is kind of to answer your question, I think, Tennis Girl, it was your question about how it might be that a certain element can come in, but not all of it, because, but I think he explains this here, so. Jim.
The witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear.
He didn't even call court order. He
She
just came
cannot
out.
testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time.
It is remote in time.
Tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
I think that's fair.
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
You, Jim, as to what
Not
you told
testifying
her.
as to the truth of it, she's responding to why her concerns were
Not hearsay.
changed based on, in part of her conversations with you.
No, I understand.
An agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
Well, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
It's not. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she.
It's not being offered for the truth.
Discovered
Jim.
his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court.
I think that's a fair
I would be
ruling.
making hearsay objections if that's she's testifying about hearsay.
Yeah,
Anything
Jim.
else before the jury comes?
Bring the jury.
Nothing
Bring
from to say this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Y'all, the jury's gonna get to hear some stuff today. Let's get some trial, y'all. I'm here for it. This trial is a soap opera wrapped in a novella. It is family and power and wealth and privilege and theft and all of it.
Your objections overruled, you may continue.
This is
All right. So Tennis Girl, just to answer your question, he was fired after the murder. Before the murder, they had already discovered, his law partners had discovered that there was funny business going on. He was fired. He was fired the day of the side of the road incident, right? So what happened was on that day of the side of the road, he was confronted with being fired. He was confronted by Chris Wilson about the money he owed him. And after all that shit went down, he then staged the whole murder, suicide, whatever the fuck situation.
what we want to
Ms.
see.
Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially,
And y'all, this is the first time the jury's hearing this. Just because we just heard we heard the proffer, right? There was no jury. This is the first time the jury is hearing about him this side of the road thing. And we're almost done, Jeannie.
I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
And that's what he wanted you to
Subsequent
think.
to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
Time flies, doesn't it? I mean, I really would not have guessed that. It has been about 4.5 hours. It's crazy. It does not feel like that at all, at least to me.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
What was that? What was that?
And changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted?
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname?
He was trying to be careful.
As little, what is detective?
Little detective?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
What?
Pills.
What?
Prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time
So the
about
family
the
knew.
defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
And how long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
Huh.
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
Horrible position for a kid to be in.
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second.
So little detective is what Murdaugh called Paul in the "I did him so bad."
What
police video. I
specifically
need to go
changed
back
your
and look. It
perception
didn't
of the roadside
strike me
shooting
then?
after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came
She's being
to
careful
not
too.
be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Creighton was
Okay,
being
it's
very
different.
careful. He was very careful not to get into the fact that Alec hired someone. I think it's fair to be careful that way.
So where we're at here is that partially, so essentially what was let in so far was the fact that Alex was shot in the head. So it's in terms of the whole roadside incident, what came in? The shot in the head, that there were some drugs, but nothing related to Cousin Eddie yet. So that hopefully that makes it more clear for you, tennis girl, if you can hear. I know you're getting your pizza. So that's what we don't have Cousin Eddie in yet. We have the fact that he was shot and the fact that there were drugs.
This is available today. And this is Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the gift of
So
love.
we will recess.
Your Honor, I will say that
Now they're going to argue
with
about it.
the side of the road issue has always been out there. At this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time.
We've got time.
Available outside the jury's presence.
I was
But
counting
I
my
do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments that needs to be crossed.
Before it hatched. Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. We expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to court.
You wrote the motion. Why aren't you prepared to argue it? You know your case. Let's do it.
You're preparing or have prepared a memo?
But is he sitting there writing it now? I'm almost done, Your Honor.
You have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or being sent?
It was.
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it is a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that's
already been ruled
you
on.
Ruled in, and in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn bad. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review
If they're just going to argue motive, it's after the fact.
Review whatever the state may have for me to consider, and to hear any more argument about it in the morning. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to
the judge is
read
like,
overnight,
we're all here
early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now. Defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine evidence of other crimes and bad acts, and I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
I love that Jim's like, I knew it was there somewhere.
Also touch this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12. So you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'll be fine.
Thank
if
you.
you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And
to answer that question that I just put up there, not yet. So yeah, and they're going to argue more about it the next day, but it's still limited in scope.
I think I just lost my glasses. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we on page 19 and the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on,
we've heard about that confrontation.
And prior to that, there is general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues. But we can also polish up some things as well for Your Honor.
He says hello,
there is, thank you, Mr. James. It is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and a recorded statement.
The third interview.
We certainly can provide to Your Honor for review. That ultimately we believe their statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible.
This is why we haven't heard the third interview yet.
Yep.
It deals with the roadside.
Yep.
Yes. Can you just tell us what he says, Creighton, so we know?
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. We argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day on September 4th,
what your theory is,
that
though,
he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with
we
him
know.
and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris fees, which are right at the heart of June 7th,
That's
2021.
not a legal standard.
And had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time,
Creighton, the law,
in
Creighton.
response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor.
He's heard all
that,
of
of course,
this. What he
the
wants
initial
is your
reaction of
theory,
everyone
counsel.
is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular, and that would be.
So what Creighton is essentially arguing, trying to get this in, like the full-on roadside, all the deets, is the fact that that Alex staged it so that he could be like, oh, the real killers are back. And that's how he's trying to tie it to the murders. I mean, that does make sense. I mean, it's a stretch legally, but it does make sense theoretically in terms of that he was trying to make it seem like he was, to validate his theory that his lie that there's vigilantes out there and that he's a victim, right? And that because at that point with the roadside shooting, he realizes that he's kind of being considered more as a suspect because after the third interview, which we'll hear in the next video. So Creighton's saying that he is trying to again support his own lie that there's vigilantes out there, and that was the reason for the murders happening. So
We
already know he lies,
statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B.
Yeah, we know.
And then get out.
That's
I'm not
not legal
trying
grounds.
to use the term that I've used before, Gil the Lily.
The statement that you
Getting from point A to
referenced,
point B is not legal
that
grounds,
You say you want to put in a recorded statement.
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
What's
sir.
the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes.
Moonin, yeah, you missed a lot. I did do, it wasn't planned, but I did play a little bit of the song earlier, like, what is it? Everyone knows it's Wendi. But I haven't yet done the surprise I was talking about. I'm waiting for the right moment here when he rules on this.
Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that, no more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement.
Aren't you all wonderful
Of course they were
attorneys?
there. Jesus Christ, what a mess.
Aren't you all great
And
letting
the gist
everybody
of the
just talk to
recorded
the police?
statement is what? Mr.
Your
Harper?
Honor,
Wow.
so Mr. Murdaugh
They're just letting this man
had
talk to
somebody
everybody.
shoot him in the head on the roadside
Oh man, this is
have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was a suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him.
Oh my
He
God.
fractured his skull, had a brain bleed.
Everybody hunts
was
so much.
airlifted to
It's a
Savannah Hospital.
miracle he's alive.
It didn't kill him. He intended to die.
Nah.
And the recorded statement, immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway.
You mean rehab?
Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a
I thought he went to
horrible
Florida.
experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul.
Did he say that?
We picked up the phone. We called SWED. We put him on the phone with SWED.
Look at Creighton standing up. He's like,
explain exactly what happened.
New information.
This wasn't a result of a SWED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for, and he told them who shot him in the head.
Wrong.
And a guy named Eddie Smith, who
Oh
was
my
his
God.
drug dealer.
What a mess.
So that's,
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through
Yes,
cross-examination. Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side of the road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but
Get into the detail, Creighton. We're in the fucking weeds now, buddy.
He's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
if the issue here is.
What's the
that
legal
Mr.
grounds,
Murdaugh
though,
lied,
Creighton?
I mean, really? Are we
somebody
at that?
just
I mean,
laugh in
we've
court?
come $10 million through lies, and now this piece
Somebody
of
just
evidence
laughed in
becomes
court.
relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it,
I'm
and I
gonna
think
need
they
the
will
legal
concede he
grounds
didn't
here.
do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead.
The judge
why
absolutely
he
wants to
did
hear
it.
from Cousin Eddie.
And unfortunately, Eddie Smith, at 4 feet, couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
I don't
That's
believe
what
that.
Mr. Smith would say.
Great question.
Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about, from wasn't there.
Everybody's such
to,
prolific hunters.
I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to
Well, I
yes,
will
I
say
shot him in
Dick
the
knows
head.
we want the
but
tea and he's giving it to us.
The fact of the matter is,
It's fair.
the
Thanks, Dick.
cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But
Same.
this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7th, other than he lied about something else. And 404.
I'm here for Dick and Cousin Eddie.
Unless there's a specific, not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on
I
this.
don't
know
either.
what the 403 analysis is.
I'm looking for the law.
The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
I agree. You're right, Dick. He's
Your Honor.
absolutely right. Which one is this, Creighton?
Argue it in the morning, so this is just a
Preview?
prelude to tomorrow morning.
Two things. Two things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation. The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the Ferris fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021.
That's the other way he's
It's
tying
about
it
what
back.
the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite
Another
drawing,
distraction.
created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended. And he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the
the judge is
circumstances of what
thrilled.
happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And and you heard Ms. Proctor testify, it had that exact effect. That
Well, I have a question. Do you think that side of the road is going to catch up to boat case? So right now, boat case is 115, side of the road is 55, I believe. Let's see. It's about to scroll by. Yes, 55.
oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state can see his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself.
Plan.
Now, what happened after that? After he
It
was
was part
taking
of
Savannah
his
and had a brain bleed and a
plan.
fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning.
Great.
But allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more raw to look at.
All right.
Plan.
Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to
And
talk with him
the
about?
audio.
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily that we're calling him. What
But
I'm
now we
trying
want
to do
it- we
again
want it to
is
happen.
to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have.
We're talking, discussing now this
Eddie Smith.
motion excluding testimony. But who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it and to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
Do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
Those two documents, we don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Do this all again in the
All right,
morning.
very good.
The judge asked Dick if he was ready. And
Who's
then
first?
All right.
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General.
they're just on time this morning.
So I just included, we're almost done. I just
We're ready
included
for the
this so
arguments, though.
This is when we're going to get the answers outside of the road.
Your
thought it was
Honor,
the end of the day.
I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions.
Well, don't do that.
And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized
Oh, they
class
didn't
of
argue it
evidence
yesterday.
as admissible
You didn't argue
evidence
consciousness
of
of guilt
motive and
yesterday.
identity
Now you're
in
arguing
South
it.
Carolina courts. Obviously, we've cited a
So-
number
They
of
found their
cases.
legal
and more
argument.
Okay, couple things real quick. We're almost done. Emily has it on 1.25. It's not me. So, but it's only for a minute and then it goes back to normal.
classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation,
I have
flight,
to sped up
but any sort of
just a
evasive
little.
action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts.
He said witness intimidation. Did you hear him? He said witness intimidation. He said witness intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting because I think there's an argument
Yes.
that Murdaugh's conversations
Yes.
with my brain, with Blanca and with Shelley
Right.
could be considered that. I've got this at 1.25, so we will catch up to live.
Well, also, he was also doing witness intimidation with the boat case. So it sounds like the prosecution overnight took a look at everything and tried to come up with another way they could try to get this in, which is by adding in this argument of the witness intimidation.
But witness intimidation is interesting. And he's arguing consciousness of guilt, which he did not argue earlier.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her.
That's Rhonda
not too
McElhee.
long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that
You
I
could
think
make
none of
it
us have
less
ever seen.
complex.
And so
Yes.
we have to look at it within
Yes.
that vein and in that context.
You
And
Yes.
what we
Less
have here,
complex.
Your Honor,
Oh, he's
why this
talking
is
about
relevant
voodoo.
evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire.
It's catching
car
up,
that has rim flats,
guys.
that he was changing the tire, and that a nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction
Go
we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the
months
bad
later,
guys
it's
are back,
hard.
they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about
The
being
family's not
targeted by
here,
an
the
unknown
jury's not
assailant,
here.
as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted, and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that
Oh, yeah, the lawyers are
is
going to
calling
lawyer.
Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon, or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And
The
it's also
real
been,
bad
just
guys.
to add
It's
into,
him. He's the problem. It's
calculus,
him.
Your Honors, we do have
Interesting.
the concept of what's
That's
been
not what
opened
he's
the
saying,
door,
but that's
what
what he's
issues have been
saying.
joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marian Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about
we're
that
just
symmetry,
catching up because I
we talk
paused.
about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert
He's like
justify
everything.
admission
All
of this
along.
evidence. I'll also say that
Yeah.
All of
express this
it.
to the defense, that it's
No,
the
no, that
state's
was-
intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety.
Side of the
I
road.
believe that the
I don't know,
testimony
y'all.
about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements. I'm not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alex Murdaugh told to
Yeah, let's
911
hear
and
the
told
third
to law
interview.
enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and
911
additional
call's
information came to
critical
light
for
that
me.
conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those
they're
reasons,
in
Your
a
Honor,
tough spot
we would
this morning.
assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Your Honor.
We need the 911 and
The
the third
state-
interview, I think.
And we agree that State versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria
Well,
about
Judge Newell
suicide.
is coffee.
It's not a suicide, though.
They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus is just
YouTube
by
is
clear and
already like,
convincing evidence
fuck
linking the
yourselves
suicide
this
attempt to a
morning.
guilty conscience about the murder. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then
Yep, Puda's sped up too.
persuades,
He just doesn't talk as fast
persuasion
at
is
base
needed,
level.
Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would
I thought
otherwise
it
be
was
excluded by
10.
suicide exemption in his
That had
insurance
expired.
policy. So all this is linked
We still don't, to
is the
this
financial
day,
crime.
I
not
mean,
the murder.
y'all,
We're here trying to murder, and
to
yet
this day, we don't have any proof that there was ever any insurance.
all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this: if he's looking for a common scheme, that is, that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster, based on his theory. To distract.
Okay.
This is a distraction. This is an end. And clearly, we have heard the tape interview that he initiated from detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because he had his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder.
Which
this
is a good argument. 3
September.
months later.
It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis, and certainly it's not evidence.
I think the defense's best argument is that it's 3 months later.
His own statement would indicate that had nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted Sweat, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot
millions of dollars.
I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important,
It's what he said about
and this
it.
is, I think, different from a typical court rate such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That
Right.
connection and the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Intended to harm himself.
Right.
This is character evidence, which is precluded
Health insurance.
under the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's
door to
allowed
character
in
evidence.
is motive.
Correct.
A hot
Why did he
minute
do it?
ago.
It's just incredible because if you put this up, you're going to hear from
Drama.
one of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured. He had a brain bleed.
I think that's in controversy.
This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, this was a scheme to draw up. No, if it was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out.
Oh my
He
God.
just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull.
Huh.
That's all I have.
He wasn't knocked out. He was very lucid.
He's telling
on
that story at the scene
911
to
call.
people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. Yeah, in other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed.
3 months is a
on the
long time,
issue
is the
of
hard thing.
Motive.
It is. And it's not motive after the
This
fact.
evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive.
Yeah, it's
but
3 months later.
more toward common scheme or plan.
What I said yesterday.
It does not survive the logical relevancy test and it goes more towards showing propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far.
A bridge too far.
Going down this path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible perhaps if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time.
At this
Of
time.
course, as we have seen, things change.
Okay, so, and where are we at with our ticker? Let's just take a look. The side of the road's definitely catching up. But guys, man, this trial is so insane. It only just gets more exciting from here. I mean, I've been working on the next video, like I said, and it's so much. It's like brain exploding and then brain exploding and then brain exploding and then brain exploding the entire time. So I'm really excited, but I appreciate y'all being here, and it was a lot of fun as always. And yeah, I guess with that, I'll go ahead and roll the outro. See y'all on the next one.